25. We are calling to order the Board of Supervisors for the Monterey County. It is just about 9 o'clock, and we will do a roll call by the clerk.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present except for Supervisor Daniels that is joining us via Zoom, and Supervisor Lopez will be joining us shortly.
Great, thank you. And we'll have County Council comment. Yeah, thanks.
Supervisor Daniels is attending under the Just Cause exception to the Brown Act pursuant to Government Code 54953, and that she has a contagious illness.
Wonderful. Are there any additions or corrections to our closed session today?
No additions or corrections.
All right. Our closed session is for items number 1A through F. Is there any public comment on our closed session items this morning? We have no one in chambers approaching. Is there anyone online?
I don't see anyone online.
If there's anyone online who wishes to comment on closed session, please raise your hand so that we can call on you. Seeing no hands raised, we will recess for closed session. We'll be back here at 10:30. Oh, sorry. We also have, we'll call to order a closed session for Water Resource Agency. Do we need to do a separate roll call for that? We'll do roll call for Water Resource Agency closed session.
Let the record reflect all supervisors that are present except for Supervisor Daniels that is joining us via Zoom, and Supervisor Lopez that will be joining us shortly.
And again,
Same exception under Government Code 54953, Just Cause.
Great. And again, any additions or corrections on?
No additions or corrections.
Okay. And we have one item on closed session for Water Resource Agency. Any public comment on the one item for Water Resource Agency closed session? We have no one in chambers. Is there anyone online?
None online.
We're seeing no hands raised for closed session online, so we will close that and recess to closed session. We'll be back here at 10:30. Thank you so much.
will be attending under the Just Cause exception under Government Code 54953. She will be attending via Zoom because she has a contagious illness.
All right, and we don't have to do any of the no minors in the room, none of that.
There's presumed no minors in the room, no
minors in the room. Thank you very much.
adults in the room.
All right.
No adults in the room. Thank you very much. Other than myself.
Feel better, Supervisor. And with that, I'm going to turn to Diego Celis for the announcement of the interpreter. Is his mic on or?
Muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete español-inglés para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor de hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
All right. Would you all rise? And I'm going to ask Supervisor Church to lead us in the pledge this morning.
Let us begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we'll turn to the clerk to see if we have any additions or corrections.
No additions or corrections.
All right, then with that, we're going to jump into ceremonial resolutions. Is there a member of this board who wishes to pull our resolution? Seeing none, I'll turn to the public, see if there's any member of the public who wishes to pull our resolution. I see nobody coming forward in the room. I've got a motion from Alejo, a second from Askew, no hands up via Zoom. And so with that, I'll ask for a roll call vote, given the fact that we have Supervisor Daniels via Zoom.
Supervisor Alejo? Yes. Supervisor Church? Yes. Supervisor Askew?
Aye.
Supervisor Daniels?
Aye.
Chair Supervisor Lopez?
Yes, and with that, we're going to ask Supervisor Askew to make a presentation.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I would like to invite our friends of Seaside Parks to come down and join me here at the front. And it's my honor today to welcome our friends of Seaside Parks to present a resolution honoring the Friends of Seaside Parks for their outstanding service and commitment to environmental stewardship on World Earth Day, which is April 22nd, or celebrating World Earth Day. So I'm going to give this to you guys. And going to read a few of these things. I'm honored to have with me today Patty Kennedy, our friends of, we call it FOSPA, Friends of Seaside Parks Chair Jeannie Reese, our treasurer and board member Carol Mickelson with us, as well as our friendly photographer. Thank you for joining us. And I'll just briefly mention that Friends of Seaside Parks is just one of those phenomenal community organizations that comes together to create not only a place where we beautify community open spaces, but it creates a space where families can come together and meet your neighbors. It's a place where people can have that third space of community to create the community connections that allow the city of Seaside and the larger community to build those networks and those social infrastructures that allow Seaside and our peninsula to be stronger and healthier and more resilient. And in times where we feel less connected in the larger space, to really have those connections that matter, so that when you're feeling lost or disconnected or not grounded, you can come and pull some weeds. But not just pulling weeds, you're really building connections with your neighbors. And it does make such a huge difference in sort of how we are neighbors and how we are connected to our neighbors. So thank you so much for creating those community spaces that make a difference in how we care for our world and our neighbors. So with that, I'm going to make a few comments here about the resolution. World Earth Day is celebrated annually on April 22nd and serves as a global call to action to preserve and protect our planet for future generations. Whereas Friends of Seaside Parks is committed to environmental sustainability, conservation, and the enhancement of public spaces for the benefit of all residents since its inception in 2014. Whereas Friends of Seaside Parks is a dedicated nonprofit organization that has consistently demonstrated a deep commitment to the care and restoration and beautification of seaside parks and open spaces and natural habitats. And whereas Seaside Parks has successfully mobilized hundreds of volunteers for cleanup days, tree planting efforts, native habitat restoration, and educational outreach initiatives that raise environmental awareness among youth and families. And whereas Friends of Seaside Parks has played a critical role in improving the quality of life for seaside residents and the entire Monterey Peninsula and surrounding communities by maintaining safe, clean, and vibrant green spaces that foster community engagement, wellness, and environmental responsibility. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the County of Monterey Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all our residents, therefore recognize the Friends of Seaside Parks for your outstanding service, advocacy, and ongoing leadership and environmental stewardship on this World Earth Day, April 22nd, 2025. Thank you for all of the work that you do, and we appreciate you. And to all of the community members who take care of the open spaces around your neighborhoods, whether it's a city park, a county park, a little green space that you take care of, please know that your work matters, and that the neighbors that you meet when you're doing that are the neighbors that are going to look out for your community, and that those relationships are so important. So thank you so much, and we'll pass the mic for comment.
Thank you so much for this honor. This is truly a blessing for us. You've characterized what we've done beautifully. You know, some of the things that we do are not very glamorous, you know, pulling weeds, digging in the dirt, you know, hauling around wood chips, but we end up with a beautiful product and the most amazing group of people who have, you know, a focus on making our neighborhoods and our community more beautiful and a friendlier place to be. So thank you very, very much.
All right, well, keep it up and let's hear it for Friends of Seaside Parks and World Earth Day. Thank you.
All right, with that, we've come to appointments. So we have items 3 through 11. Is there a member of this board who wishes to pull an item from our appointments this morning? See nobody at the dais. I'm going to go ahead and take this out for public comment, see if there's any public who wishes to pull an item from appointments. I do see a hand up via Zoom. We'll go to that hand. You have 2 minutes.
This is Nina Beatty. I wanted to pull items 4 and 7. Shall I make my comments at this time?
Estamos con alguien en Zoom ahorita. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do 4 and 7 now, Nina. Go ahead.
Okay. I object to the appointments of Eric Palmer and Ralph Gomez Porez. When the county appoints agency and city and county government staff to county boards, commissions, and agencies, it takes away spots from the public and turns those bodies into private clubs. There are over 430,000 people in Monterey County, not the limited pool, being selected to these prime and politically advantageous positions. We need open, transparent, and evidence-based discussions from fresh perspectives. Please don't appoint Eric Palmer. He is staff at Public Agency Regen and was public relations staff for City of Monterey. He ran for Monterey City Council in the last election also. Please appoint Wes White to the Housing Advisory Committee. His experience and background is a valuable asset for the county and this committee's work. And I ask you not to appoint Ralph Gomez Porez. While superintendent of Pacific Grove Unified School District, he led policies that harm the students and staff under his care, including consideration of an AT&T cell tower at the PG Middle School, installing industrial-grade Wi-Fi in all the schools, and allowing a temporary AT&T cell tower at the PG Adult School next to its 3 daycare centers, the Boy Scout meeting room, and the Monarch Butterfly Sanctuary. He did not oppose the eventual permanent installation of AT&T cellular antennas directly across the street from the adult school. And I don't recall any public opposition from him at city hearings when a Verizon cell tower was planned at PG High or when the planned location was moved next to the disabled students' classroom. The school district was presented with extensive research and evidence that children would be harmed by this exposure in the short and long term. Superintendent Porras told me it was my opinion. Ignoring the science and international experts, the Children and Families Commission was probably not aware of these events. Given this failure to protect children and follow the science, there may be other examples. Mr. Gomez Porras is not an appropriate member for that commission, and I ask you to find other people in the community who are experienced advocates.
Thank you,
who are
Ms.
doing
Beatty.
Either independent
Thank
work
you
or
very
in
much.
community
We're at time.
organizations for this
Thank you,
position.
Ms. Beatty. Thank you. All right. Anybody else on appointments? Mr. Rosen, go ahead.
I'm very concerned about the man who is not objecting to cell phone wireless facilities right next to schools. This seems, this is rather unsafe. And in Europe, they're much more concerned about it. They don't allow this kind of thing. That's my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else on appointments? All right. I've got a motion from Supervisor Alejo and a second from Askew. With that, 7:05, we'll go ahead and give you the floor.
Yes, good day, supervisors. I mimic and parrot exactly what Nina Beatty said and Brian Rosen. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, then with that, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo? Supervisor Church?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew? Supervisor Daniels?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye. The motion carries. With that, we're going to recess and call to order the Baranda County Sanitation District. And with that, let the record reflect that all members are present. I'm going to go to council for an announcement.
And Supervisor Daniels will be attending via Zoom under the Just Cause exception to the Brown Act.
With that, I'm going to see if there's any member of this body who wishes to pull an item from consent. Seeing and hearing none, I'm going to go to the public, see if there's a member of the public who wishes to pull our item from consent this morning. We have a hand up. The number? 705, Baranda County consent. 705?
Yes, yes. I'm sorry. It was my bad. I didn't unmute.
So do you want to speak to the Baranda County consent item?
No, I didn't.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you.
All right, with that, I'm going to bring it back. I have a motion from Alejo. Is there a second? Second from Askew. We'll go to the clerk for a roll call vote.
Director Alejo? Aye. Director Church?
Aye.
Director Askew? Aye. Director Daniels?
Aye.
And Chair Director Lopez.
Aye, the motion carries. With that, we're going to adjourn and reconvene the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency. Agenda calling to order. Let the record reflect that all members are present. We need to make the announcement again to the...
Supervisor Daniels is attending via Zoom under the Just Cause exception.
All right, so with that, we're convening the Monterey County Water Resource Agency with all members present. We have one item on consent. Is there a member of this board who wishes to pull that item? I see none. I'm going to go to the public. I see none. I've got a motion from Alejo. Is there a second? Second from Askew. We'll go to a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo? Aye. Supervisor Church?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew? Aye. Supervisor Daniels?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye, the motion carries. And with that, we're going to jump into the Board of Supervisors agenda, once again reconvening with all members present with the proper notices having been given. We have a consent calendar consisting of items 21 through 34. Is there a member of this body who wishes to remove an item from consent for comment or alternative action? Supervisor Askew.
You think I should have just a comment on 22 and 28, but I'm happy to move approval of the full consent calendar.
Okay, I'll take the motion. Is there a second? All right, I've got a motion and a second. I'll go to the public for comment at this time. Mr. Spencer. I got you.
I can speak. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Supervisors. Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. I'd like to pull 31 just for a minor revision at the appropriate time.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? I see nobody in room. Anybody via Zoom? Okay, then we'll go to you, Mr. Spencer, for 31.
Yes, thank you. 31 is an acceptance of a conservation scenic easement deed over open space lands that associated with Rancho Cañada Village subdivision. The action in the board report was to authorize the chair to sign the deed. The deed may have some minor tweaks by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife before it's ready to sign, so we're suggesting that you approve the deed as to substantially as to form and authorize county council to sign on behalf of the chair that conservation and scenic easement deed.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so to council on that, do we need any changes in the motion in order to capture that?
I would just make the motion, including the changes outlined by Craig Spencer.
Are you good with that to the maker in the second?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Then with that, we're going to come back and go to Supervisor Askew for it was 22 and 28.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
So just comments on 22. 22 is approving advanced step increase for our Assistant Chief Probation Officer, Julie Kenyon. And I just we're approving it at step 6. And I just wanted to comment, since I typically pull these, that this, per our county approved board policy, the appointment is appropriately being put at step 6, given that the position had been previously placed in order to meet the 5% increase for her previous position. This would be an appropriate placement at step 6 in order to meet the required 5% increase. So it is a higher than average position step, but it is in accordance with our county policy. So just calling that out. And congratulations, we're happy to have you. Thank you for your long term of 21 years of service with Monterey County Probation. And then on item 28, these are our Board of Supervisors draft minutes from April 15th. And I just wanted to take a moment to appreciate the clerk's our clerk of the board, staff, for your commitment to getting all of our minutes timely added to the agenda for approval. You've had a bunch of them coming through really quickly after board meetings, and we reference those minutes often. So just wanted to say we appreciate all of the work that our clerk does. So thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you. 26, Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to this because I think this is another example of how the county is collaborating on this hotel conversion project for our homeless residents there in King City. This is allocates another $300,000. It just shows that it's an expensive process to get this project across the finish line. Hopefully this is the piece that is required to finally purchase the hotel. But then the housing authority would step in to be a partner to run the converted hotel for our homeless residents. And this was really targeted to those who are staying in the Salinas River Channel there in King City. So I just wanted to thank everybody involved in this. Hopefully this gets us across the continuum of care. Also put money to continue to temporarily house those folks because this project took longer to complete, but I just wanted to speak in support of it and to acknowledge our staff and our partners who will hopefully, when this is opened, we could be down there celebrating with you, Chris, because it's one that took a lot of work and patience and money. But
so close.
We're very close. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. And just to speak to that, I'll say we are cautiously optimistic. We think we're there, but I can't wait to open this facility and the one in Soledad to community. We have 2 major projects going in South County to address the homelessness issue. We're not waiting on the sidelines. We've been the tip of that spear, and I want to thank our staff, specifically Roxanne Wilson, and our partners in both the city of Soledad and King City who have partnered really to make this happen. None of us could have done it alone, but as we are right on the edge of really solving this issue for our community in South County, I am grateful and feel extremely blessed to be in this situation. So,
and I just want to acknowledge Zulika Boykin also, because without her leadership, this partly could have fallen to the side easily.
All right. With that, any additional comments from members of the board? Hearing none, I will go ahead and ask for a roll call vote with the motion and the second having been made.
Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Church.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew. Supervisor Daniels.
Aye.
Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye. The motion carries. Thank you. With that, we've arrived at general public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to share comments regarding items not on today's agenda, but within the purview of this body. We invite speakers to come forward. We give 2 minutes per speaker. I'm going to go with folks in the room first. I'm going to ask if we're doing anything in Spanish, please. I'm going to give you extra time, but please ask. Give space for Diego Celis to go ahead and interpret for our members. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn to our first speaker in chambers.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Gladys Díaz y vivo en la ciudad de King City. Acabo de escuchar también un poco de información de King City. Gracias.
Good morning. My name is Gladys Diaz. I'm from King City. I heard a little bit of information regarding King City. Thank you.
Soy trabajador de IHSS, miembro del CIU local 2015. El cuidar a una persona con necesidades especiales es una responsabilidad muy grande y más
I'm a
aún
member of the
cuidar
local
a dos.
2015, and I'm a care provider, and that's a big responsibility.
Dicen las personas que el cuidar a una persona o dos con necesidades especiales es como estar en una línea de fuego en una guerra. Yo creo que es aún peor.
To be able to take care of not just one, but two people is to be in the battlefront, and I agree with that.
Estamos hoy aquí con todos nuestros compañeros o parte de nuestros compañeros, porque para nosotros ha sido un honor poder apoyarlos cuando ustedes nos han necesitado. Entonces hoy somos nosotros los que los necesitamos a ustedes. Nuestro contrato está por vencerse este 30 de abril.
To be here is to be able to recognize your efforts and to be able to work alongside and to let you know that our contract finishes at the end of April.
El costo de vida en esta área es demasiado alta y los sueldos son muy bajos.
The cost of life in this area is very high and the incomes and the salaries are very low.
Venimos exigiéndoles a ustedes en la renovación de nuestro contrato mejores salarios, mejores beneficios para nosotros.
We're asking you to renew our contract in order to have better salaries and better benefits to all of us.
Queremos darle una vida digna a nuestras familias y por eso que estamos exigiéndoles una renovación de contrato con unos mejores sueldos.
We're here to give a dignified life to our families, and that's the reason why we're here to ask for better salaries.
Nos preocupamos mucho por nuestros familiares con necesidades especiales, por nuestros ancianos discapacitados. Es una gran responsabilidad, vuelvo a repetir.
We're here to be concerned for our family and for our disabled elderly folks.
Muchas gracias por su tiempo, muchas gracias por escucharme. Sigue mi compañera.
Thank you for your time, thank you for listening to me, and then I'll give the microphone to my coworker.
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre es Lidia Almanza, vivo aquí en Salinas y estoy aquí porque nuestro contrato está por terminar.
Good morning, my name is Lilian Manza. I'm from Salinas, and I'm here because our contract is about to end.
Necesitamos urgentemente mejores beneficios como un salario justo y acceso a un seguro médico.
We urgently need better salary as well as health insurance.
La vida aquí es muy cara y lo que ganamos no alcanza. Yo cuido de un familiar que tiene diabetes y está en diálisis.
The cost of life here is very high and the income doesn't last. I'm taking care of a family member who is in dialysis.
Ella está ciega y necesita ayuda a las 24 horas.
She is blind and she needs 24-hour care.
Lo más doloroso es que perdió la vista porque no tenía seguro médico.
The most painful thing is that she lost her sight because she didn't have any medical insurance.
Tardaron mucho en aprobarle la asistencia médica y para entonces ya era demasiado tarde.
They took too long approving her health insurance, her health assistance. By that time, it was too late.
Esta es la dura realidad que enfrentan muchas personas. Es triste pensar que por no tener acceso a una atención médica se ven obligadas a esperar o a renunciar a cuidar de su salud.
This is the hard reality that many people are facing, and due to this, they have to renounce taking care of their own health.
Ustedes como representantes tienen el deber de ayudar a quienes más lo necesitan.
You as representatives have the duty to help those that are in need.
Les pido que escuchen nuestras voces y actúen. Recuerden que cada decisión que tomen puede cambiar las vidas.
I ask you to hear our voices and act on it, because your decisions can change lives.
Les agradezco de corazón su atención y espero que puedan ayudarnos antes de que termine nuestro contrato.
I thank you from the bottom of our hearts, and I ask for your help before our contract is finished.
Gracias. ¿Quién sigue?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Uriel Penilla, and I am a resident of Monterey. I come here to tell you a bit about my story. I take care of my mother. My mother is disabled, and I'm currently 19, and I'm attending a community college. And with that being, my mom being disabled, I can't really work a regular job. She struggles in being able to walk and lots of mobility. So I have to have 24-hour care for her. And that with attending classes, it's very difficult to manage an income or to make an income and keep up with your studies and, helping my mom. But this program has shown lots of benefits for people like myself, but also for people that haven't even been informed of this program. I currently have a neighbor that, they're a couple, but they're in their 80s. And, they have no idea of this program. And I shared them a bit of information and how it could be used for them now that they're in older age. I had to recently help the husband get up because his health is declining, and but I can't help him. So a care provider would be a good use for him to help, and I ask you guys to please benefit this program and give us a higher wage possible. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room?
Hi, Board of Supervisors. I want to thank you guys for all the work that you guys do. Thank you very much for hearing us out today. I guess our contract is expiring, at the end of April. I'm a care provider. I've been a care provider for about 10 years. I have a daughter that has a disability, 2 disabilities. She has a speech delay impairment and an intellectual disability. My girlfriend also has a disability also. I would just like you guys to help us and just do our contract, make it good and make it reasonable for the cost of living around here, which everything is going up. I would just like you to bless this. Thank you very much.
All right, let's go ahead and go to Zoom. Anybody available on Zoom with hands up? All right, Mr. Rosen.
Y gracias por venir. Nos escuchamos. Muchas gracias.
Hello, can you hear me, supervisors? Hello?
Hear you.
You can hear me? Yes. Hi. Something about $1 trillion is going to be the new military budget. Over half of it's going to go to make companies a lot of money, and yet look what's happening to the people. It's terrible. I want to tell you something. We're in a national emergency right now, and everybody, all of our representatives, all the citizens, everybody needs to get active, because let me tell you what Trump just did. There was a young man who was grabbed, who's a U.S. citizen, was grabbed for 10 days around in Arizona, and despite having a passport and a birth certificate, which his family brought, he was kept in detention for 5 days. That is very harrowing. People are being plucked off the streets, U.S. citizens, permanent residents, legal aliens, and they're being taken down to El Salvador without any due process. But now Trump, I think, has learned, because there were photographs of those people. Now if they just make U.S. citizens disappear and they don't have the photographs of the video, people will never know what happened to the people that disappeared. And we're in a tragic situation. They're destroying our country. They're destroying our due process, which protects us from dictatorship. And we need this body and all other government bodies to do resolutions, because this is extremely dangerous to have a government that just plucks people off, particularly people with brown skin, but it's going to be everybody before you know it. And there's lots of Mexicans, illegal aliens, legal workers who are being severely persecuted and traumatized. You must help stop it. Please help.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen. Your time is up. Next. Phone number ending 902.
This is Nina Beatty. I am astounded that Amazon is being allowed to build a distribution center here in Monterey County. This is a well-known sweatshop company. Some have even called it a slave system. People there are injured at double the rate of other warehouse facilities. And I request that the county enact an ordinance requiring paid sick leave and a prevailing wage, just as San Diego County did. Their Board of Supervisors enacted what I believe is called the Working Families Ordinance. And as a result, Amazon decided to leave because they didn't want to play by the rules of normal people. And I also want to ask you to support a renewed contract for substantially higher wages and benefits for the IHS workers. This is a critical service in the community. But back to Amazon. Is Amazon receiving subsidies from the Salinas or the county? Is it constructing a data center here? Because that will have a huge impact on water as well as energy. Is there a non-disclosure agreement in the plans for Amazon here? Do they have systems in public schools where they're going to be grooming school kids to work in their warehouse, training them to be warehouse workers, just as they have in other communities? I'm sure that wouldn't happen at Palma, of course not. Amazon will have negative impacts on small businesses, on wages, on housing in the county, on the working conditions in other facilities, and it will offload costs that people suffer there onto the county and onto local nonprofits. In addition to impacting water, there will be air pollution from the warehouse and the constant stream of delivery trucks. And that air pollution will fall onto our food crops. They're taking farmland and changing the zoning to allow for Amazon to be there. There'll be the vibration, the constant noise from the trucks and the damage to the roads. And I understand the county's already concerned about damage to the roads. It will alter the power structure in the community, adding another layer or another aspect of privilege.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty. Your time is up. We're going to go to the next speaker. Thank you very much, Ms. Beatty. We're going to go to the next speaker. 705.
Yes, good morning, Supervisors. Lorna Moffett here. Last week at a planning commission meeting, I put forth the idea of the importance of trees and the role they play in keeping our sanctuary cool. One commissioner told me trees play no role in keeping the bay cool, and I was astounded at his ignorance. As a planner or a city council member or supervisors, it's your responsibility to educate yourself on these matters so you don't hurt your city with votes based on lack of knowledge. So let me tell you what trees do with the ocean. It turns out that trees, forests along the coastline, and the evaporation from the sea, together it's called ET, evaporation and transpiration. The transpiration from trees, together they commingle and they create little droplets of water. And the water is like a magnet, and it collects all the pollen and heavy metals and you name it. It collects it, and it goes up into the atmosphere, and it goes into the interior, and it creates rainfall for all interiors, including monsoons in India. So our coastline, as we deforest it, we are responsible for what is happening in the interior of our own country and the interior of Africa that depends, all their animals depending on the monsoons. And it's so dire because you supervisors, I never hear you say, what kind of building products are you going to build with this affordable housing? How are you going to get away from wood? And fences are not, wooden fences are not allowed because they're tearing down the forest. And not only that, they're flammable. And so you have to start asking these questions, because the forest around here, including eucalyptus, are being chopped down by the hundreds and thousands. And one tree
Thank you, Ms. Moffett. We're at time. Thank you
open-
very much for your comment. We're going to go to our next speaker. All right, seeing no other speakers, and we're going to go ahead and close public comment and proceed forward with our agenda this morning. So at this time, the first scheduled item that we have on is an update regarding the UFA, or the Unified Franchise Agreement. And so for that, we're going to go to staff, specifically Rick Encarnacion and team, to give us an update.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Rick Encarnacion, Director of Environmental Health. With me today is Marnie Flagg, the Assistant Bureau Chief, Assistant Director of Environmental Health, as well as Robin Kimball, our Management Analyst 3. We're here today to present to you the Unified Franchise Agreement Commercial Rate Analysis. The recommendation to receive an update addressing the Unified Franchise Agreement for the solid waste hauling commercial rate differences between the Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority and the Monterey Regional Waste Management District regions, and provide directions to staff as appropriate. Some background. Back in December of last year, the new UFA agreement was approved, with the franchisee being Waste Management and the area covered in the unincorporated area of the county. With that, the board directed us to conduct a commercial rate cost comparison between the East and West regions. Included in the report is a map of the areas between the East and the West, showing the concentration of the services, customers. Next. Regional breakdown includes between the West region, which is covered by Regen, covers 853 square miles, includes the peninsula cities and unincorporated areas, and with the East region, covered by the Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority, covers 2,450 square miles, includes the valley cities and unincorporated areas, and again is run by the authority. The methodology to compare the both regions included these several factors: the commercial disposal rates, the fuel costs, container and customer density, the labor costs, administrative expenses, and within the scope of the services provided by Waste Management. To compare the disposal rates between the East, the average rate of $123 per ton, with the West, an average rate of $70 per ton, with the difference being 44% higher in the East. Key contributors to this difference includes a $22.48 per ton for the AB 939 fees on the East side, a $19.75 per ton Holland Road transfer station fee, as well as the utilization of Madison Lane Transfer Station at $110.89 per ton. for municipal solid waste in 2024. Other factors for the fuel and transportation costs in the east uses a mix of CNG and diesel. There's no local CNG stations. For the west, it's CNG. In terms of mileage, the east routes travel 34,000 more miles per year. And in terms of efficiency, the east has 490 containers per route, whereas the west is more concentrated at 807 containers per route. In terms of labor administrative costs, labor costs are 21% higher in the east. Admin costs 26% higher in the east as well, based on customer account-based allocation. Customer density, east has 26% more customers, and the routes are longer and less efficient. The summary of the cost drivers in the east, again, include the higher disposal fees, including the AB 939 and transfer stations, the increased fuel and mileage costs, fewer containers per route, and elevated labor and admin expenses. In conclusion, we recommend to maintain the current rate structure. This analysis supports the regional rate structure as it is. Standardizing rates would increase costs unfairly for the West region, reduce efficiency benefits of the West, and misalign costs with actual service delivery. Again, our recommendation is to receive an update addressing the UFA solid waste hauling commercial rate differences between the Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority and Monterey Regional Waste Management District regions, and provide direction to staff as appropriate. And with that, we're ready for questions. Also, I'd like to note in the audience are representatives of Waste Management, namely Liz Hall and Mr. Eric Lynch.
Thank you for joining us. With that, we'll go to Supervisor Church for questions. An assumption.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the work in putting this together and everything. I was the one who raised the questions about why the commercial rates were higher, because the residential rates are approximately the same. Couple of things I need a little clarification on. And I understand disposal rates are higher, fuel transportation costs, the fewer boxes in the labor administration costs are higher. It seems to me that except for the disposal rates, the fuel, the labor administration are really all related to just that there's fewer containers being serviced. Unless they're talking about labor rates on the east side, people are being paid more than the west side, but I don't think that's the case, is it?
Waste Management can answer, but it is, there is less containers, wider route, causing more work to be done in relation to the area.
Is that the reason for the extra labor and administration costs?
Hi. There it is. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you, Rick, for the presentation. Supervisor Church, so because the routes are less dense, we're able to service fewer containers per route in the east. It takes longer. The density of the customers is, they're more spread out, essentially, in layman's terms, in the east. That increases time on the road, which increases the amount of fuel used, and it also increases the amount of time our drivers in that seat, which thus driving the labor costs. Separating out the administrative expenses, that's on a customer account-based allocation. So I'll let Eric dig into that one a little bit more.
Yeah. Thanks, Eric Lynch, Waste Management. So just, two things. So if you think about a one route going out, right, and that one route has a driver, and let's just call it the 8 or 10 hour day that they work, right? If they can only pick up 498 customers in the east, right, there's a revenue that comes with those 498. If you're doing that same route in the west and you're picking up 807, I think is the number, right, you have a different revenue and cost structure that comes with those. So that's the biggest difference on the density piece of it. As far as the administrative costs, because of the customer count on the east, right, they do have 26% more of the SG&A costs, but per customer basis, since it's allocated on customers, it's the same, right? So if it was, $1,000 and 1,000 customers, everybody got $1, right at that point. Whether you're on the east or the west, you all got $1. It's just because there's 26% more on the east, it's a bigger number on the P&L portion of the costs associated.
So, okay, the points about the fewer containers, explains the fuel and labor, as I pointed out. So thank you for confirming that. I guess I'm not understanding that administration costs. For example, if you're talking about 1,000 and it costs 1,000, it's $1 per customer. If you have 2,000, it's going to cost 2,000, right? It's still $1 per customer. So the rates, the way I understand it, it shouldn't be higher then, because each customer is still the same. Or can you explain why that's not true?
Sure. I think what we were trying to point out was just, if you look at the one full line, like if you ran a P&L on the west and a P&L on the east, right, it's going to look like a larger number, right, on the east versus the west, surely because they have more customers, right? But from an allocation method, since it's allocated on a per customer basis, right, it's not explaining why there's a big difference between the two, because they're all paying the same. It was almost the opposite was what we're trying to tell you, is that's been fairly allocated, that everybody pays the same on the SG&A portions of it. It's just going to look like a bigger line on that side.
So back in December when this came forward and I raised this concern, my concern was that commercial rates on the east side were 50% higher than the commercial rates on the west side, although the residential rates were probably pretty much the same. So one of the arguments that have been presented here is that administration costs are higher because there's more customers. So how does that relate to the commercial rates being 50% higher?
Yeah, and if I can just backtrack that a little bit, to be clear, on the calculation of east versus west, right? If you're looking at what the difference is, it's really 35% and not 50%. So I just want to make sure that that's clear, on the rates. But the second portion of it is that the administrative costs are not the costs that are driving it, that it's really relative, right? Because it's based on customer count. What's driving it is the inefficiencies of the routes, how many they can pick up, the mileage that they got to cover, the use of diesel versus all CNG with the absence of refilling stations, the AB 939 fees at 1.28 million, right? Those fees, those extra fees are really what's explaining it, and the inefficiencies of the route.
Yeah, and that's what I thought. I'm just responding to the board report, which refers to that. And you say it's 35% higher. Some of the rates, for example, when you're looking at your 1 yard with 2 yard containers are 50%. Apparently some look lower. You're saying it's an average of 35%?
It's really, are you doing, from the mathematical look at it, like if the 1 yard is a 192.06 in the east and 129.73 in the west, there's a difference of $63, right? So then it becomes, what do you divide it over, right? And if you're looking at the comparison to the east, you divide it over the 192, which is 35%. If you divide it over the 129, it's going to be close to the 50%. So it's the essential question is, what are you comparing?
And whether it's 35, 50%, I mean, it's higher, and that's, I appreciate that clarification that the 50 might be high onto there, but at least we're at the 35% higher. So I guess, let me see. Clear, you there's a higher disposal rates as well onto there. And I do understand that it's going down from the 800 to 500, which is actually about a 38% decrease in what you can do. So that kind of correlates along that line of the increase. A couple of other things, but when I hear this, it seems like this should be applying to all rates. I mean, when you're talking about you're only picking up 500 containers and 800 containers, that's not just commercial, those are residential. When you're talking about the fuel costs and driving around and labor rates, it applies to both. So it goes back to my original question back in December, and why I've asked this is, why are the commercial rates higher, but the residential rates are not?
I mean, I guess the essential question that we were trying to answer was the question we were asked is on the commercial rates. You know, if we need to go back and look at that, we can, right? But realistically, what all these costs are allocated costs over customer bases. So a lot of this has to do with, you know, some commercial allocation. There's a denser commercial, you know, allocation in the west versus the east, right? So how those get spread across, right, is an allocation method, and it comes up to the version of the rates. So we may have to answer that for you.
Yeah, and I guess that's right. I'm not getting quite the clarification. I'm understanding, you know, clearer here on the differentiations on why the west is cheaper than the east. Although to me, when I look at the map that we had, and that map that Rick, that you showed, those are commercial. Is that what I
Commercial
understood?
customers.
So, you know, when I look at it and I see east and west, it looks more almost like a north and south, because whether it's Big Sur or South County, there's bigger distances to cover in there. When I look across from Monterey over to even to Greenfield, it looks like there's, you know, all the way up there. There's a lot of commercial customers that are rather clustered. So I understand there's a lot of challenges to look at here. But again, I'm just looking at this. I still don't have clarity on why commercial rates are higher on one side than the other side. And you know, from within my own district here, because I got east and west, Castro will be on the west, and it would have lower commercial rates than Pajaro or Prunedale or Baranda or somewhere like that, or as you know, go elsewhere. And this is why I'm trying to find some kind of fairness and understanding of why, you know, why there's that difference, and then why that difference doesn't apply to the residential while it does to the commercial. So, you know, I'll at this point go to any other questions the board has, or public comment, or where we want to go at this point. But I'm not quite have my answers that I'm seeking.
Thank you for your comments, Supervisor Church. I just want to point out that I think the biggest factor in East and West is it's two districts. We have a JPA in the east, we have a special district in the west. The only material that's not bound by flow control in this county is recycling, which is all taken to Region Monterey. We have to utilize the transfer stations and the landfill in the east. We wouldn't drive past that transfer station to direct haul to Johnson Canyon. That would drive up labor costs, fuel costs, vehicle maintenance costs, right? So we have to utilize the disposal sites. That's just, I'm pointing out one element of this analysis, right? But flow control does have a bearing on that, right? Doesn't matter what line of business we're talking about. We are bound to that because of the special agreements that are at play in the county. So just wanted to mention that here, because I know you do sit in that unique east-west side. So,
Supervisor Askew.
Just one other brief comment. I was just pulling up the LAFCO MSRs, and there is additional context about sort of the history and background in the I think it was a 2015 region MSR that LAFCO did with reference to discussions around Salinas Valley waste and region and some sphere of influence background. So just there's a lot of additional history and discussions that were referenced there as well.
Supervisor Alejo, any comments on this one? All right, let's go out to public comment. We'll go with folks in the room first, and then we'll go to anybody joining us via Zoom. So if you're joining us via Zoom and wish to make a public comment, please use the raise hand function or *9 via landline to be recognized. Again, going to room first. We'll go to you, Mr. Matthews.
Good afternoon, Chairman and board members. Patrick Matthews, General Manager with Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority. I'm really here just to follow up with some advocacy that we've been doing actually for 15 years related to these rates. I won't go into the long story, only to say that what we'd really like to see come out of this meeting is an open collaborative meeting between ourselves, who have been advocating and analyzing this data about the rates, and Environmental Health and Waste Management to come to a consensus. What I see today is some numbers that obviously I'm not going to question those numbers, but there's no math to support the level of the rate differential. I don't see the math. And in 2015 and in 2010, actually, when you approved the Unified Franchise Agreement, we did an extensive analysis because we were, in essence, blamed, or not blamed, but we were highlighted as the cause for those commercial rate differentials. We did our own analysis, and we felt that that analysis was very clear and clean and used data and math that was made available to us from the county, Waste Management's audited financial statements and things, and it just doesn't match up with our analysis. And in 2015, the consultant that did that solid waste study also evaluated that analysis and confirmed it. So we're at very opposite ends of how we view this rate differential. We're really just here to advocate for our commercial customers, and would like to have a more open dialogue about this to see if we can come to a consensus between our analytics and those that were provided today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Anybody via Zoom? Seeing no hands up, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back. So at this point, I'm still hearing continued concern. Supervisor Church, any ideas? I mean, are you happy with where we are? Would you want to see this come back one more time with that after a meeting perhaps of the three partners as requested by Mr. Matthews?
Yeah, I think that would be good. I mean, I understand it's clear that there's higher costs over there. I'm just, again, I'm not clear why it's solely on the business side, and that's the explanation that I need. And I'm not going to advocate higher costs for anybody onto this. I'm just trying to understand why it's higher for that particular group. And it's a significant increase upon businesses. So I would like to see, and I don't know if we need a motion or just general direction here, that perhaps we go together and meet with Mr. Matthews and try to get a consensus and understanding of this, and then come back, and maybe it'll be clearer for me at that point too.
I'd support that with any other partners. I mean, if there's anybody else out there who's expressed interest in joining these meetings and better understanding the structure of these rates and the reasons for it, I think this is the time, bring them in, because I know this has been an issue that has lingered. So let's have this conversation and bring it back to the board and try to put this to rest. If I would support that as direction. Any final thoughts from other members of the board?
Yeah, hopefully we could get a decision on this. I think this is like the second or third time this has come.
Second time back.
Yeah, so.
Yeah. All right.
I have my hand up. Supervisor Daniels.
Go for
Chair
it.
Lopez, I don't know if you can hear me. Okay. Yeah, just, the latecomer to this conversation, and I'm left a little bit more confused than probably I should be, but it sounds like there was a request just now by the Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority for something in addition to what we provided in terms of the different contributing factors that have been outlined in this presentation. Sounds like some specific numbers. So if we could just add that to the conversation, I wasn't exactly clear, but definitely would like to support Supervisor Church in the spirit of advocating for this difference in price for commercial customers, understanding better what that is and why. And I'm happy to support this coming back after those conversations have been had.
All right. So direction's been given. You good with that, Supervisor Church?
Fine with it.
All right. I think we're good. We're going to close this item. We're good. Thank you. With that, we're going to proceed. Thank you. We'll see you guys back here soon and head into board referral number 2024.10, which is going to be presented by Marnie Flagg, Cheryl Sandoval, regarding point of use, point of entry systems.
All right, good morning, Chair, members of the board. I am Cheryl Sandoval with Monterey County Environmental Health. So I'm here with Rick Encarnacion. Sorry, I'm a little under the weather right now. Our Bureau Chief, and then Marnie Flagg, our Assistant Bureau Chief. Today, we are here to give you an update in response to Board Referral 2024-10, which would allow the point of use and point of entry water treatment devices on new construction for legal lots of record. There, thank you. So it is recommended that the Board of Supervisors receive an update in response to Board Referral 2024 to allow point of use, point of entry devices for new construction on legal lots of records, which would also include accessory dwelling units, and to provide further direction to staff as appropriate. As just some background that you've probably heard this before, but why we care about point of use and water treatment for systems is that in Monterey County, we regulate about 987 systems that have 2 to 14 connections, and approximately 235 of these have been out of compliance for nitrate and arsenic and a few other contaminants, but nitrate and arsenic are the main ones. And then the state has recently readopted the hexavalent chromium, and based on previous information and new information that we have, we think that at least 170 more systems are going to be out of compliance. And of course, these are health-based contaminant levels or health levels, and they pose a risk to public health. For now, the current compliant options include consolidation with other systems that are in compliance, drilling a new well, centralized treatment. These can be not always feasible. There might not be new water or good water nearby, and they can be very cost prohibitive. We do now allow point of use and point of entry for existing homes, and so we are looking to expand that to new homes. Just back in June 18, 2019, the board did adopt the point of use ordinance to allow point of use and point of entry for local smalls. This would be for existing homes and development of vacant lots that did not meet drinking water standards. It would also allow individual property owners with their own well to use point of use or point of entry to meet drinking water standards so they could build on their property. It also included public water systems and brought in the state regulations allow point of use, point of entry for public water systems. So it was just adopting that for Monterey County. Right after this was adopted, we received litigation challenging the ordinance, and so the ordinance was suspended, except for the public water system portion that was already covered by state law. So on November 28th, 2023, the board adopted an ordinance that did allow point of use and point of entry to be used for local and state small systems, so they would be considered in compliance. And it does only apply to existing homes, so they could be in compliance, but it does not apply to any undeveloped lots. So people with a vacant lot would still not be able to use point of use, point of entry to develop their lot or to build an ADU. So on October 1st, 2024, we gave an update on the referral that we were given to expand our ordinance to allow point of use, point of entry for new construction and for ADUs. During that update, we had said that the ordinance needs to be drafted and that we have to collaborate with a consultant to do the environmental review. So today, we are back just to give you an update of where we are. We have the draft ordinance, and we have been working with a consultant and hope to enter into a contract very, very soon with them to do the environmental review, and that we do anticipate to have the draft amended ordinance and the initial study at the end of this year. But that could be pushed a little bit depending on just timelines and result of the initial study. If it goes to an EIR, then it will have to be longer than that. Just today, we're recommending that you receive this update and provide us further direction as appropriate.
Thank you. Supervisor Church, another assumption.
Yes, good assumption since I did the referral, and I appreciate the work that you've done on this. You know, the intent of doing this was to try to find a way to have less expensive houses built and not having to go to the centralized treatment system, which in the board report it does state, you know, centralized treatment systems are significantly more expensive and cost prohibitive compared to POE. And if, you know, you have a four-part water system and 3 of them have developed lots and with homes on it and 1 of them doesn't, and that one person wanted to build, then you'd have to get the other three to agree to a centralized water system under the current situation, and that would increase, well, it would make it unlikely that you're going to get support to build that lot, which needs to be built for our housing needs. And then second of all, it's actually going to raise the cost of those with the current homes and also the house to be built. So this was really an attempt to try to keep those costs down and to encourage something for some building, because those treatment systems, I don't have a number for them, but we're talking about tens of thousands of dollars onto those, as well. A POE system is a lot less expensive. So, I'm very strongly in favor of this, or continuing direction onto this, although it does bring up one other question I'm wondering at regarding to another referral I did a few months ago. It was passed, and that was requesting on the board reports that we have a statement in there on issues like this, on what impact it will have on housing costs. I don't know, if we have an idea when that will be available, but this would be a perfect example of when that would be really nice to have been spelled out, that there could have been a line, and besides this line I just read, that could have been a lot more direct, stating in there that, yes, this, adopting this will lower housing costs for this particular instance. So I don't know if we have any update on that as well, or where we're at on that status of this board report.
I'm a little uncomfortable because it's not agendized.
Well, I understand. Maybe we can't do an update onto that. I hope I can hear about it, but it actually is directly related to to what this board report is and the intent of it, and that's why I'm bringing it up.
Okay, Supervisor Alejo.
I just wanted to add on to what Supervisor Church said, and our staff noticed that the technology of point of use, point of entry has dramatically improved over the years. I remember when I was chair of the Environmental Safety Toxic Materials, we had jurisdiction over water quality, and there were several bills trying to make it easier to utilize this, but that was 10 years ago. So I would assume over the last 10 years that it's even improved even more so, and to provide some less expensive alternatives to address the water quality issues. And it goes hand in hand with our goal of certainly of trying to build more housing, but also keeping the people living there safe, as is one of our main concerns of our environmental bureau staff as well. So I just wanted to state for the public that technology is dramatically improving and providing less expensive alternatives.
Supervisor Daniels, any comments on this one before we go to the public?
I do, thank you. I just am looking for just a little bit of background to understand, how we got here and why point of use and point of entry would not be sufficient for treating water. If staff could just fill me in on the part I'm missing as to why there was a move to a centralized water system for a single house or a small group of houses. Anyway, sorry if I'm opening a can of worms.
It's a very old can of worms with a lot of, but we'll see if Cheryl can give us a synopsis.
It's because there is one part of our county code for the chapter 1504 that says if treatment is needed, it has to be centralized. And so that prohibits the use of point of use or point of entry for water systems. And so we have been working on changing the code to allow other forms of treatment besides centralized treatment.
So it doesn't have anything to do with the ability to treat water sufficiently?
No, I think the code, the regulation is a very old regulation, and I don't believe that point of use or point of entry systems were very reliable at the time, or maybe they just weren't thought of. The code is, 40, 50 years old. And so it just required centralized treatment. And so now, because point of use and point of entry can be very reliable, we are working on changing the code to allow those to be another option.
So part of that, Supervisor Daniels, and the back and forth of the years of this that I've been able to participate in this conversation was that there was always a concern, especially where homes were going to be rented to somebody. If you had a POU, POE, there's a lot of maintenance typically associated with the older systems. And so you would end up in positions where the landlord perhaps would not keep up with that maintenance and perhaps put at risk their renter. That was one of the key pieces, information used to maintain that POU, POE piece of the ordinance over the years, but I think the technology has come a long way and communities are much more in touch, unfortunately, due to their water quality and notices of all different sorts that have come across their mailboxes in the last few years. And I think it's time that we look at new ways to allow for use of these systems.
Got it. Thank you. I would support that.
All right. Then with that, we're going to go to the public. I see a few hands up on Zoom, or did they go down? They went down? Okay. Anybody in room? Seeing nobody on this, we'll bring it back. I think we're good with the update, and just any way to expedite it would be appreciated. We know there's a lot on your plate and table, but much appreciated. I think this work is critically important for allowing us to do some critical things, including expanding housing throughout the county, and so appreciate you. Thank you. With that, we'll consider direction given, and we will stick with the environmental health theme and go to Maria Ferdin, who's going to give us an update on littering of solid waste and refuse and illegal dumping. And Rick, feel free to stand up and stretch if you need to.
Can you hear me? Okay. Let me just change my glasses, pardon me. Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. I appreciate this opportunity to come to you and provide an update on the surveillance pilot project for illegal dumping. As you're aware, that the program actually originated from the Illegal Dumping and Litter Abatement Task Force, and we've been working on this for quite a number of years. And last year, when I made a presentation to you regarding the program, that environmental health was actually committed to the funding of the program. The board approved that, allowed us to move ahead. And you also requested that I come back and give an update on the progress of the program. Also, simultaneously, during that time when I made the presentation, we also increased the fines for illegal dumping from 100, 200, and 500 to 2,500, 5,000, and 10,000. That was made at that time, 2024. So I'm going to give you an update on how all those components now work together. To date, we have 6 cameras are installed in the public right-of-way. Cameras are paired at 3 hotspot locations, and we have a contract vendor who's providing support through a secure online dashboard. And 1 citation of $2,500 has been issued. This is a summary of the different cost components of the program. There's the hardware, the vendor service software, and the labor costs. Specifically, the hardware includes the cameras, the security housing, the solar components for each camera. They amount to approximately $13,000, and the funding for that is from environmental health. Epic.io is the vendor that we're using, and their online dashboard, Deep Insight, and that's an annual subscription of about $6,500. And then there is, of course, the labor component where we review the images and do the follow-up, enforcement follow-up and such, and that's environmental health and Public Works, who also assisted us with the installation, and that cost is absorbed through the routine work that we do. So cameras were located in very specific places in the right-of-way. They were chosen within a list of hotspots that we have. The sites had to have cell service and clear view of the right-of-way. Department of Public Works and the facility and parks, they were instrumental in installing the cameras. And at a minimum, they provided 3 maintenance crews, 1 to operate the aerial lift, 1 to support the person in the aerial lift, and a road safety person. And I want to thank Benny Chuka, Hector Mendoza, and Rod Heiserman for their assistance with this project. Epic.io, this is a screenshot of the dashboard that we use. Our vendor is Epic.io, and that's who we purchase the cameras from and all the supportive equipment. They are also the ones who provide the online dashboard that we use. It's a secure dashboard. It allows us to play back the images, it archives the images, and they also provide remote support. The subscription is from August 1st and ends July 31st, and the board approved this contract last year. So I'm showing you the dashboard for Lapis Road. There are actually 3 views, one for each camera, plus a view for the license plate reader. The license plate reader view is not being shown primarily for security reasons. The cameras are motion activated, and the dashboard allows us to search by date or time, and we can tag images or a sequence of images, or I can download them. So this is a more specific view of the images, and this is again Lapis Road. The main image, which is, if you take both of these screens are screenshots from the Lapis Road dashboard. The one on the right is the regular non-license plate reading camera, and the first image is always a sequence of all the images that is displayed, and it runs like a movie. And once it's triggered, it provides 1 to 10 images. The license plate reader is on the right, and that's actually my car. And the image that you see in the middle is the license plate, and I'm not showing you my license plate number. They're good quality images, 10 to 80p, high definition, wide angle, and it also has an infrared feature that allows you to see about 150 feet. But there are limitations. And this is an example, 2 examples of infrared for Lapis Road. The height of the camera, depending on the higher you go, the shorter the infrared capability. And of course, the speed of the vehicle and the glare of the lights that are available. But you can tell that that's a truck, and the light actually, what's illuminated is visible. So last year, Supervisor Askew had a concern about now that we're increasing our fines, what does it mean to get a citation? Who's going to get a citation? So I'm going to give you a couple of examples of what can be citable, but what are our alternative enforcement options. So last year, we had I had a couple of illegal dumping of mobile homes. Specifically, this one was located on, the first one is located on San Juan Grade Road, and it was referred to me by the sheriff's office. And they referred it to me because this mobile home was actually located at a person's property, and they were going to do follow-up inspection, follow-up enforcement. When they went back to the property, the responsible party relocated it to San Juan Grade Road. So then it became an illegal dumping situation. I was notified May 30th, 2024, because I knew the address of the responsible party. I went out there and issued a notice of violation. I could have issued a citation, but we discussed it internally, and we decided to give an opportunity for the responsible party to do something appropriate with the mobile home. Gave him a 14-day deadline for compliance. And on 6/11/24, he did that. He transported the vehicle to Johnson Canyon, where he paid, I believe, $500 for disposal. There was another incident on Bryson Hesperia, where it intersected Copperhead Road, and sheriff notified me on August 2nd of 2024. Same situation. Apparently, this mobile home was going to be used for an actual home for a property that was recently purchased on this land. However, they couldn't get it up a steep incline, and luckily nobody was hurt. but they had to leave it on the side of the road for a more appropriate a vehicle to transport it. And it was there for a number of months, and I heard about it almost every day. But I also worked with the property owner, who I issued a notice of violation to and gave him an opportunity to remove the mobile home. And they did that on October 19th of last year. While it took some time working with the property owner, a notice of violation was an appropriate response here rather than a citation. So this is an example of an illegal dumping event that happened in 2018. 70 barrels filled with hazardous waste were found across 2 counties, both in Monterey and San Benito. Environmental Health investigated and referred the incident to the DA's office. In the end, the person who was responsible paid nearly $30,000 for cost recovery, all of our time. And the DA charged one individual criminally. So this is an example where the illegal dumping was so egregious that Environmental Health took time to investigate, put together a report of investigation, and submitted that to the DA because we found this a citation would not have been appropriate in this situation. So we worked with the DA to move forward with a higher level of enforcement, and we did that. So what would a citation opportunity look like? It would look like this. So also keep in mind where it says 34 seconds, it actually is 29 seconds. Okay. So not long after cameras went up on Lapis Road, we found this gentleman get out of his car, took out a mattress, which is actually a box spring, and dumped it on the side of the road. So at 2:18, 28 seconds, he arrives on scene. 2:18, 34 seconds, he gets out of the car, disposes of the box spring, and 2:18, 57 seconds, he gets in his car and he leaves. So this took all of 29 seconds to do an illegal dumping on Lapis Road, where he could have gone to Region, not 5 minutes from where he was. So we did several PSAs for the public's assistance, and we haven't yet identified this individual. So this would be an opportunity for a $2,500 citation, and it will happen when this individual is identified. Unfortunately, he was parked in a way where his license plate could not have been, we couldn't read it. And also, illegal dumping, it took him 29 seconds to do this. So illegal dumping is very quick. And it doesn't surprise me that we don't often have witnesses to illegal dumping. This also is a citable opportunity. Again, not long after we installed the cameras on Lapis Road, our cameras picked up this truck with a sectional on the back. On a weekend, I went out and just out of curiosity to see how clean the road was, and I took a picture of this sectional, and you can tell on the side of the sectional streaks of against the fabric where the rope was actually tied down. So these two things are connected. And this individual, I'm not showing you his license plate, but I was able to identify this individual, and he was issued a citation. The citation process looks like this. We developed a administrative citation form, and in this case, the owner of the vehicles let me step back. The process for a citation: one, you identify the vehicle itself. And the sheriff has been very cooperative with this process. We send a responsible party administrative citation, which is the middle form. I also include a notice of citation. It's a courtesy letter that describes what the package is, and also includes the administrative citation with a compliance deadline, a copy of the invoice, and in this case, it's $2,500, and any exhibits I might have. In this case, photos of the vehicle and the photos of the vehicle with the sectional and the photos of the sectional on the side of the road. So the illegal dumping pilot surveillance project, what we've learned is that the camera units are easy to install and relocate. Installation requires some adjustment for effective image capture. Vendor support is excellent, and our supportive agencies like the sheriff and region are also very supportive. Our recommendations and opportunities: we continue the pilot program. We can also rotate the cameras to other known hotspots in the county, and at some point potentially have a signage program that accompanies the cameras or are independent of the cameras, just to refresh the signs that we already have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. You know where it's going, so jump in.
Your instincts are very good today. Thank you for, the report, for, the work on putting the program here together. I put the referral back, I think it was in 23, for raising the rates, which were absurdly low at the fine of $100 when it was cheaper to do an illegal dump than to actually go to the landfill. So, now we at least have something up at a prohibitive rate, or for people who anyway, for people who do get caught, they're not likely to do it again. I agree with you entirely. The signage needs to be out there. I've actually had some discussions with Public Works about, trying to get some of these signs up independently anyway of this program. But with this program, it could very well be effective as well. I understand there's some funding problems into there with state law, as I understand it. But this is obviously some direction perhaps we can go with major AAs. We need to get more signs up, as well as with these cameras. I have a couple questions on the camera program and there. I know we got one up in Lapis in September, and you're showing some pictures here where it's been effective. And that did get some publicity that those cameras are out there in Lapis. I'm curious if, and I don't know if we know this or not, if there has, because that has been a hot spot for dumping, because the camera got a lot of publicity out there. Has there been any drop-off in illegal dumping in that area? Do we know? So it's a little objective, I understand, probably for this, but... Well,
Region, the Marina landfill, they actually have numbers. They go out and they monitor Lapis Road specifically. And of course, Mayor Delgado, he has a monthly crew that goes out and cleans up the street. It's actually Region who has numbers, and I think maybe it may be a little too early to tell, really. Even though there's been some publicity, I don't know if the public really knows that there are cameras out there. But it's worth testing our hypothesis. It's like if people know that cameras are out there, the assumption is that illegal dumping will go down. But I think it's a little too early. But yes, there are numbers.
Good. Yeah, no, I understand. It just strikes me as a good test area because it has had some publicity. On the $12,000, almost $900, and the cost of the 6 cameras, we own those cameras or they're leased?
We own them.
We own them. And the $6,500 for the software, is that for just 6 cameras, or can we add more cameras at that same price? Is there a limit?
It's for 6 cameras. We add more, we pay more.
Okay. If we add, looking at this is like about 1,000 a camera. Is that basically what the maintenance would be on $1,000 a camera primarily? Or would it, if we had 50 cameras out there, would it be $50,000 for that, or would it be less by economy of scale?
Yeah, doing simple math, that sounds about right.
Okay, all right. And I know you said the staff has been able to absorb it with these 6 cameras. How many cameras can we have out there? Staff's already pretty well overworked, but what's the maximum we can put out there with the staff we have before having to have staff that would be directly involved and just monitor these?
I don't know.
Okay.
We're testing that with the 6 cameras we have.
Okay, very good. Do you remember the mobile home on San Juan Grade? I got a office got a call from that, and I went out there and referred it to the sheriff, and I guess the sheriff then referred it on. It was was rather egregious dumping there. I got to admit that. Let me think. Any other questions here? I think the last one I really have here is I'm just wondering what kind of coordination we might be able to do with the sheriff's office, because this is goes from civil to criminal, but the sheriff's office is has some expansive flock cameras out there, and if I understand it, they're renting theirs, we're purchasing. I don't know the differences in the cameras, but instead of putting 2 cameras up on the same roads around and having 2 different departments go through and monitor them, I'm hoping that there's something that we can work together here between the sheriff's office and maybe the health department and as we're going on to this, and in terms of maybe being able to use these for a dual purpose somehow, because I know they want to do a big, expansive distribution of these flock cameras, and I would like to see this done much more widely as well.
So if I could jump in on that and just share, obviously we've got a lot of those new flock cameras up in South County already, and I think under the program that we funded.
Can't hear you, Supervisor Lopez.
I understand that the majority of the cameras that we agreed to put up with the sheriff are up now throughout the county. There's a few still outstanding depending on the infrastructure ownership that they're going on. But as part of that, I think that's the key question is, as we say that gray pickup truck, it's a 4-door Dodge pickup, I know that the system can be queried and asked, identify 4-door Ram pickup trucks that happen to head in this direction down this particular avenue. If they're in if we have a flock camera in that neighborhood, have we made those asks of the sheriff to ping their flock system to see if they have any hits within those timeframes, so that we might be able to identify the vehicle that way?
When the opportunity came to search for this vehicle, I made an inquiry, but I didn't ask it in those terms. So I can try again.
So I think that would be, and I don't know if they had any in the neighborhood or if they have new ones since, but I think in the future for any of these questions, right, it doesn't have to be specific. You don't even need a partial plate. As I understand it, you can identify a vehicle type and a time frame based on your camera's capabilities. And hopefully we've set a wide enough net, but over time we'll probably need to cast a wider one to make sure we have endpoints covered.
I just wonder whether or not those flock cameras could be helpful too for illegal dumping, and in terms of itself, not just catching. It's law enforcement. But there is some law enforcement aspect that goes into with legal dumping too. So I don't.
Just for clarification, I think the partnership that you're mentioning with the Environmental Health Bureau reaching out to the sheriff's office is where it would be appropriate, since if it does become a law enforcement matter, there would be their involvement. Environmental Health Division, though, isn't able to access because they do not have law enforcement within.
Mm-hmm.
I guess my question is whether or not, and I don't know how the sheriff's office, how often they monitor these, but whether they could find something on theirs about an illegal dumping, if they put up cameras around, whether they could then share it with environmental health but this is something all I'm suggesting here is that perhaps we have a discussion to see if there's any mutual collaboration that can be done.
Chair Church, if I may. Chair Lopez, sorry.
It's all you.
I'm so sorry. Okay. I just wanted to comment that I really appreciate the increase in fines, and it sounds like there needs to be, and perhaps it was perhaps it was stated and I just missed it, an education component that goes along with, the visual of somebody dumping a mattress minutes from where they could actually go and legally dump a mattress is striking. But the conversation about adding cameras, one concern I have is that if folks learn where the cameras are, you have a minimal amount of cameras, then they learn where they are, then they're going to just dump in other places. But I don't think the solution is adding more cameras. And perhaps I come from an outdated perspective here, but the idea of increasing cameras around Monterey County to catch illegal dumping, I think might have some other consequences that we want to just consider before just expressing that idea. And then flock cameras, which have raised similar concerns with me and other members of my community, is that they're used for a very specific purpose. And then that data is dispensed with immediately, right? And so the idea that we would use flock cameras to try and catch illegal dumping, it's something that's worthy of a larger conversation. I think understanding how data is used by flock and by the agencies and how long it's captured. And I don't know, this conversation is just, for me, raising a lot of questions that it's good to have the conversation, but I think it warrants a much larger conversation about increasing cameras around Monterey County that we should also have. And we've had the addition of some flock cameras in District 5 that just has raised a lot of questions. Obviously, the way in which the cameras are currently used is something that everybody supports. And I'm just, my apologies, but my sort of hackles are up about the expansion of that use. And so I just want to be clear and on the record that I think that warrants a larger conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, thank you. So just had a couple questions, and thank you for acknowledging sort of our concerns when this originally came up about sort of having fines and fees that are so large, given that we know that some of the people who historically maybe have avoided going to our waste facilities and are utilizing illegal dumping as an option, that those fines and fees could be detrimental to them. That we're trying to find the right balance here, but also recognizing the need to have a serious detriment. We need people to utilize the options that we have for waste disposal that are legal and appropriate. So to that point, I'm glad to know that we've been aggressively looking at alternatives and trying to work with folks to get dumping and the situations that you described, helping people funnel things into the right locations and for enforcement. So one of the things that we had talked about was getting signage up at key locations so that people understand what their legal options for waste disposal are. Was that something that we were able to deploy as one of our strategies as well? Just making it clear that mattresses are free for disposal at Salinas Valley Waste and at Region, that you can contact for more information. Here's a phone number to get details. That there was some basic signage that we wanted to get put up at key locations.
Okay, so you mean road signs?
Just at some of the locations where we knew we had regular ongoing illegal dumping happening, that just a reminder, illegal dumping is illegal, and there are legal options. Here's where you can go. Yeah. Just as a reminder for folks.
When we on
the education side,
right? So when we had this this gentleman who disposed of the box spring, we actually put out a PSA of the illegal activity plus information on where people can go for disposal of mattresses and tires, for example, and made it very clear that those things are free to to dispose of. As far as road signs go, we haven't been able to deploy those yet because we just simply don't have the funds for those.
Okay, so that's a funding limitation
Yes, it
then.
is.
Okay, so that's something that we could, so Regen, for example, or Salinas Valley Recycles, if that's something that we had the funding for, there's a way that we could partner then through the task force, because I know we've talked about it, and I think we have these efforts and we do a lot of work, right? We did a $20,000 campaign to do commercials, we do PSAs, and we try really hard to get information out, but I will tell you, and we know that the information is not getting to all of those who need to hear it, and we know that sometimes it's, you know, in the moment where someone pulls up on the side of the road, and we know where these locations, so many of these locations are, and if we could just have the sign that says, hey, you don't have to break the law right now. Call this phone number, go to this location. It's free. You can make the right choice, and the right choice is free, or you can violate the law and have a fine of $10,000. And there are those realities that we can make available. We can provide some of the education at the time and location where someone is making that decision. And so I think that's part of the education piece that we want to make sure is part of the bigger picture, to remind people. I think the other thing is, you know, we want to make sure that people know that Regen, Monterey, and Salinas Valley Recycles, that they accept many of these items for free that we typically find illegally dumped: mattresses, bulky plastics, scrap metal, household hazardous waste, paints, electronic waste, microwaves, televisions, computers, cardboard. These are all among the items that are free to dispose of at Regen or Salinas Valley Recycles. Furniture, other yard and household items that are in good condition can be donated to Last Chance Mercantile. Our haulers, you can contact them. There's a phone number on your bill. If you if you're a customer directly, you can contact them for free pickup of bulky items a certain number of free times, and they will pick them up for you for free. So I think there's still more that we need to do in terms of the education at the point in time where someone's making that decision. And so that's where my question about the signage was. So I know we're out there doing the work to put the cameras up. I guess I just want to be really clear that I still have concerns about the amount of the fines that we're using. And I also have concerns about about cameras out everywhere that we are. I think it's good that we're getting the report. I appreciate the information, and I want to believe that it's moving us in the right direction and that it's helping us towards the educational component. But we need to continue pushing on the rest of the educational side of it. And then to the other question about Lapis Road, I'll just huge, tremendous credit. Lapis Road is clean because of the efforts ongoing on a regular weekly basis of Mayor Bruce Delgado and a whole team of volunteers who physically get out of their car and walk the length of Lapis Road with trash bags and wheelbarrows and bag up trash, small bits of trash, and in partnership with Regen, who send trucks out on a weekly basis to collect larger items. And on a regular basis, when there are larger disposed of items, the mayor is in regular email communication with our county staff and Regen to get those larger items picked up so that they don't accumulate. And it is a continuous commitment to keep that stretch of road clean. And I know that that's a volunteer effort that isn't possible on all, thousands of miles of county maintained road. So yes, the cameras have been helpful, maybe in a larger conversational context, but it's truly the volunteer commitment of people who show up on a weekly basis to physically walk the entirety of that road. So we got to keep up with all of it. So thank you.
All right, let's go to the public. I see a hand up from Margie K. Margie, we'll give you the floor.
Thank you. I want to say that there's people who work 6 days a week and only have Sundays to be able to, there's no facilities except for maybe down in Holon or Johnson Road for disposing on Sundays. So that's an issue for some people. I don't want to say that it's a good reason for them to illegally dump, but just we have to recognize that there are people who only have Sundays and there's few places to dispose of. There's illegal dumping and there's also proper disposal. So when people say dumping at the landfills, it's please reframe it as proper disposal or proper recycling. I want to also say that I've been on the illegal dumping and litter abatement task force for at least 20 years now, and I have a lot of contacts through all that. And the end of last July in 2024, on the private road I live on, 64 hazardous waste containers of agricultural containers were dumped on our private road. Being a private road, the county could not help us get rid of it. And it took me 3 days of calling. Finally, Maria, I need to let you all know, Maria contacted the Ag Commissioner's office, and eventually after 5 p.m. on Wednesday, they came and collected everything and is storing it properly. This was an egregious situation. And I just want to thank Maria for everything she does for the task force and for the county. And I'd be very happy to take Supervisors Askew and Daniel and show them a lot of illegal dumping areas you would not see on the roadway and let you see what really
Thank you,
happens.
Margie.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other hands up via Zoom? We'll go in room.
Is this thing on? Oh, perfect. Hi again, it's me, Liz Hall with Waste Management. I just wanted to thank Supervisor Askew for bringing up the free programs that are available to residents of the county. In unincorporated county, once annually, residents can put out 5 items for free. Please use this service. We'll also take batteries on top of the recycling cart. We'll take your oil curbside. There are options. Please do not illegally dump. There are options available to you. We don't take mobile homes, but ironically, both areas that those mobile homes were found in are where our next 2 bulky drop-off events are occurring. So this Saturday on April 26th, we're having a bulky drop-off event at Lockwood School from 8 to 10:30. And then in Aromas, that will be on June 7th from 8 to 10:30 at the sports park. So we have information online in newsletters about all of these programs. Please utilize this is my PSA for the public. It's not lost on me. It's Earth Day. We're talking trash. I love it. Please dispose of your items properly. Thank you so much for your time and appreciate the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Mr. Peterson.
Good afternoon. Name is Eric Peterson. Just want to mention that Fort Ord has traditionally been a dumping nightmare. I haven't seen a whole lot. I've been out there a lot lately and haven't seen a whole lot, which is a good thing. I don't know whose jurisdiction it is. That might be a big problem. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up and nobody in room, so we're going to close public comment and bring it back. I did want to state Supervisor Alejo, before he had to step out, let me know that he is supportive of continuing, and for him, the gold pickup truck with the materials in the back, even though we caught the guy, he would like to see that promoted. He thinks that having some of these things on camera, we need to let more folks know that we have eyes on it. So on his behalf, he asked me to share that, so I'm sharing that with you now. I'm supportive of continuing these programs and tying in everything we can. I even would not mind. I understand we can rotate sites, but as you rotate sites, finding decoys that look similar and putting those up at the same time, because I've had a few people tell me they went looking for the cameras and they were able to spot one, and we just promoted where one of them is. And so over time, it would be nice to see a rotation, and with that, having decoys up, because if folks are looking for those before doing this, having always something up in those places that we know are hotspots, I think could be helpful. And people will be playing a form of roulette on whether or not they're going to get caught. So any final thoughts before maybe we request another update in 6 months? I'll go to you, Supervisor Church.
Yeah, just to...
I did.
Just to sort of follow up on some of the comments, I mean, I do think Supervisor Daniels almost said there probably needs to be a larger discussion on cameras, and that involves either with the Sheriff's Department or this is probably appropriate at this point. I am, in my view, favorable on this program. It's a pilot program. We're going to learn a lot more in 6 months or a year from now on whether to maintain, discard, or expand upon it. But I would just like us to have some discussion with the Sheriff's Department on whether or not, what can be done cooperatively, if it can be done at all, because I understand there's different purposes for both, but it doesn't seem to be for the public benefit just to have cameras up left and right for one purpose and then another one for another purpose, and a little bit in contrary to Supervisor Askew's comments on the fines, I really do think that, when we're not looking at $10,000 fines for everybody. It's going to be somebody who's a repeater on that. We're looking at $2,500 fines. And the example of this person on Lapis Road, when they're just hundreds of yards away, essentially, from Region, they have a very nice truck. I don't think this is somebody who doesn't know where to dispose. It's somebody who is just, blatantly violating any signs of decency and really should be hit with a big fine like this. So,
Final thoughts, Supervisor Alejo.
Yes, thank you for raising my concern just about publicity goes hand in hand with deterrence in these cases. But on these two cases, what was the result? I had to leave a little. I don't know if you explained. After getting their citation, did they ask for an administrative hearing? Have they paid the fines? What has been the result in those two cases in your presentation?
The citation case is ongoing, so that's unresolved. The gentleman with the really nice truck, we haven't found him yet.
Oh, okay.
He will get a citation once we do.
Okay, because that one is, I haven't seen the news asking for the public's help on that.
We did. The very moment that we saw
good.
it,
I just
that
didn't
went
see that
out very early, and then again a couple of months later.
Okay. Last thing, we had sent a letter to Republic on their transfer station about trying to have a lower amount at the transfer station to try to ask them to consider having a lower amount than that flat fee. I think it was $80 or whatever it was.
The minimum tip fee?
Yeah, minimum, yeah. If they were just wanting to leave a bag of garbage that didn't get picked up, I never got any response. I don't know if you guys did. And can we follow up with them to not get any response to a county or to the environmental health problem seems problematic on Republic's side?
Sure. Environmental will follow up with Republic. I do recall having a meeting with them months ago, but we'll follow up with that particular.
I would appreciate it if you could just loop me in when you get a response, because we want them to help address that. It seems like a lower amount for a single item would help address this as well.
Supervisor Daniels, final thoughts?
Just to say that I, in case it was lost on my comments, I really do appreciate the presentation and the effort here, and look forward to a future conversation, especially if we're going to consider expanding or having a conversation about utilizing Flock for other purposes than what it's being used for now, or even making that request. But this is, I know, a really, really big issue, and it sounds like the department has done some really good work in, and I'm glad that this referral was made and that we got this presentation today. I appreciate it very much.
Supervisor Askew, final thoughts? All right, I think we're covered, and with that, I would like to provide direction to come back in 6 months with continued updates on this. I think that there's enough interest in this, and so I hope to have some more updates by then. Does that work, Maria? All right. Then with that, we'll consider the item closed. We are recessing to closed session for lunch. Thank you all for being with us. We'll reconvene here in chambers at 1:30. Mr. Peterson, don't make me chase you off. No, we appreciate you being here. With that, we're reconvening the Board of Supervisors for the afternoon portion of our session. Let the record reflect that all members are still present, with Supervisor Daniels joining us via Zoom due to an illness. With that, we're going to ask for the announcement of the Spanish interpreter.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celi, seré su intérprete de inglés-español para la reunión de hoy. Si está planeando hacer un comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, favor hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor de hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
All right, with that, I have Ms. Scanlon down for our first item this afternoon, but she walked out the back door. So there she is, likes to make an entrance. Welcome, Ms. Scanlon. We're going to go to you for a presentation regarding the MOS 300 site cleanup and battery storage system facility.
I gum real quick. You know what? I appreciate a walk-up song. All right. Hello, my name is Kelsey Scanlon, Director of Emergency Management for the County of Monterey. I want to take a moment to thank you all for having me here today, as well as members of the public. We're here to provide an update regarding recovery efforts in Moss Landing as a result of the structure fire and hazmat incident at the MOS 300 building that occurred in January. Today, you'll receive an update regarding debris removal efforts, the community sampling plan, new sampling resources for the community, and an update on the community health survey. So with that, I will move into debris removal. So the Department of Emergency Management, as well as the Environmental Health Bureau and the Housing and Community Development Department, have been working and engaging with US EPA and Vistra as the responsible party. The US EPA is providing oversight and technical assistance on the cleanup and removal processes being performed by Vistra as the responsible party. The removal of the MOS 300 battery modules and building debris to the extent required for battery removal by Vistra will be done under the oversight and technical assistance of the US EPA per the US EPA's CERCLA authority, which is an acronym for Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation, and Liability. So with regard to battery delinking round one, Vistra did complete delinking efforts on March 13th, 2025. All accessible batteries were delinked during this process, which is approximately 35,860 battery modules within 1,630 battery racks. The remaining battery modules are inaccessible as the structural integrity of the building has been compromised. Once demolition of the building begins, the delinking and/or removal process of the remaining battery modules will begin. For the battery removal and staging phase of this effort, since they've completed the battery delinking round one, Vistra has been working with the US EPA to develop plans for battery modules, battery module removal and staging, plans for the treatment of the batteries, and plans for soil sampling to establish a baseline within the fence line in relation to the staging area for the removal of the battery modules. Additionally, Vistra and EPA have been working on categorizing and sorting the battery modules based on the severity of damage in collaboration with the battery manufacturer. Approximately 581,800 gallons of water captured in the retention tanks have been profiled as non-hazardous waste and have been removed from the site and transported to Clean Harbor Seaport for proper disposal. From a regulatory perspective, the US EPA is working on an order with Vistra for the cleanup and removal processes at the Moss Landing Power Plant ML300 building. Over the next 30 days, US EPA anticipates that Vistra will continue current preparation work for the removal of batteries, including finalizing work plans. The county and the public will be informed when EPA's order has been finalized. This information that I've just provided will be updated on the readymontereycounty.org website. And with that, I will hand it over to Nikki to provide an update on the community sampling plan, the sampling GIS dashboard, and then we'll go to Dr. Moreno for an update on the community health survey. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey. Good afternoon, Chair Lopez, County Council Blitch, Administrative Officer De La Rosa, and members of the board. Thanks for the opportunity to provide an update today. I'm Nikki Fowler, Health Program Coordinator with the Environmental Health Bureau. Over the past several weeks, Environmental Health has continued to lead weekly coordination calls between the U.S. EPA's On-Scene Coordinator and VISTRA to support ongoing site monitoring and recovery efforts at the facility. We've been actively elevating concerns from both the county's building department and the Monterey Bay Air Resources District to ensure their concerns will be fully considered during cleanup planning. Our soil, water, and surf debris subgroup has completed evaluation of surface wipe sampling that was conducted by CTEH, that's VISTRA's consultant. These samples were focused on the battery site and within the predicted soot deposition area. And as anticipated, surface metal detections above screening levels were from those samples collected closest to the fire's origin. In collaboration with state partners, Environmental Health has finalized specifications for the community soil sampling plan. The plan distinguishes between testing within the soot deposition boundary and the surrounding community and is designed to support development of a human health hazard assessment. VISTRA submitted a revised version of the plan that meets the county's specifications on April 17th, and that was in accordance with the timeline that we had provided. VISTRA has engaged TerraPhase and engineering to complete the sampling and is coordinating closely with environmental health staff to begin as soon as possible. At this time, we are focusing on site access agreements. This is a critical component, and the importance of those can't be overstated. It is important that the site access is given before this third-party consultant can move on to properties to conduct the necessary sampling. As a last resort, alternate locations in the public right-of-way have been identified, but sampling on those undisturbed private properties would provide the most useful information. The intention is to begin that sampling in early May, slated for May 5th. VISTRA has also committed to a second round of testing, focus on surface water and sediment in the Hester Marsh area of Elkhorn Slough. They are coordinating a site evaluation with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and have committed to submitting a sampling plan within 14 days of that site evaluation. Throughout this whole process, Environmental Health has remained closely engaged with our federal and state partners to ensure community air monitoring efforts are aligned and responsive to on-site conditions. There hasn't been much activity on the site over the past month, so nothing new to report there. But we are going to continue to the air monitoring partnerships there. I also wanted to note that we coordinated with North County Fire to acquire an air filter from one of their buildings for inclusion in the California Department of Public Health's heavy metal analysis to help further understand offsite exposure. And then moving on to our GIS component to improve access to public information, we've been working steadily with our county's health IT, or I'm sorry, county IT to reorganize the incident page into clearer categories. I'm sorry. I moved one step ahead. We have been working with our county webmaster to reorganize our incident page into clearer categories in terms of soil, water, air, and screening results. We also continue to encourage community partners to share information with us that can help inform the overall picture, and that information would be analyzed by our various subgroups that have the subject matter expertise. Okay, now to our GIS platform. We're building a set of dashboards that will visually present the results by testing category, covering everything from soil, air, soot plume model, and water testing. This is hopefully will make it easier for the community to see the extent of analysis that has already been completed, as well as seeing it be added as additional information is acquired. The final step before releasing it to the public is incorporating screening level information for each analyte to be able to tell if there was an exceedance, and having an opportunity for our internal stakeholders to review the information before it's released to the public. Still, we're aiming for early May for that public release. And so that concludes the update, but I'd be glad to showcase the web updates and give you a sneak peek of the GIS platform now. So thank you for the opportunity to give the update, and I can show that too. Yes?
Let's hold off. Is that something you want to see here?
Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Are you able to add the screen or make the screen live? Okay, so this is what individuals would see in broad strokes. Again, this is the beta version that we're continuing to evolve. When they log on to the GIS dashboard, there will be an information instructions here on the left-hand side that gives some directions on how to use the map, how to interact with it, and some information about the filters that are available. This can be closed here, but then accessed again as needed by clicking a button in the corner. We also are going to have a glossary of terms available and the ability to easily share it. It's important to recognize the volume of information and data that has been collected so far, and the best way that we've decided to show it is by breaking it down by data type. So we have separate dashboards for soil, water, air, and screening. We have had information provided from numerous sources. The Department of Toxic Substances Control, Environmental Health has collected samples. Never Again Moss Landing has shared surface wipe screening information, as well as numerous data provided by Vistra's consultant, CTEH. So the dashboard now is showing there's 590 screening results. As we continue to zoom in, that number is going to refine and show those results that are on the screen, and that is populating this data dashboard here below, or this attribute table. If we were to go into a single site, we can see that there was 8 screening results done there. This was a surface wipe done, and the results here are available for cobalt, lithium, nickel, and manganese. If an individual site was interested in being searched for, it would be a click of the magnifying glass. You can type in a road, an address, or a known place and navigate to that location. I think that's the main things I wanted to show for now, that it is interactive. Someone can type in their individual address and get a sense of what the extent of testing that has been done there. There are some filters here on the side that would allow an individual to sort by who did the testing, what particular analyte you're looking for information on, and the date of the testing. Last thing to note is that while there is a summary of kind of the broad overview of what the data set consists of, there's a link to the incident page on each of these that would take you over to the comprehensive data on the county's website for water. And so they'd be able to access links to get into the actual reports that are visualized in the GIS dashboard. And so over the past few days, we have been working closely with our webmaster to help kind of clean this up a little bit. In the past, or up to this point, the testing website had most of the information on a single page. Now we've got the dashboard as a kind of a preview here that what's coming, and then soil, air, water, and screening are broken down as individual sites. So we're continuing to evolve and work on it, and we appreciate the feedback that we're receiving from our board members as well as the community. So that's the end of my report.
Thank you. Questions?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
Well, yeah, I guess you wanted for questions here. I'll be briefly. I'll just hit a couple points here before I make comments after public comment. You mentioned CERCLA and EPA. I wonder if maybe if you could go in a little more detail on that, on the impact that has on the county and all, and
Yes, I can do that. But I first wanted to ask if you wanted to continue with the presentation with Dr. Moreno, who had an update on the community health survey.
All right, that wasn't clear. I thought we were done with the presentation, so go ahead.
And so with that, I believe Dr. Moreno is online.
Hey, Kelsey, can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Moreno.
All right, sure, sir. Thanks. Good afternoon, board members. Ed Moreno, Director of Public Health and the County Health Officer. So the health departments of the counties of Monterey, San Benito, and Santa Cruz conducted a community survey of residents from February 19th through March 16th of this year. And the purpose of the survey is to inform current and future public health strategies. The community survey asked residents about the symptoms they may have had during and after the fire, where they were during the fire, and what type of medical care they might have sought. The survey also asked residents how they may have received health information during the event. Our epidemiologists from our 3 counties have been working collaboratively to summarize information collected from the residents. And we've also been receiving guidance from the California Department of Public Health's Environmental Health Investigation Branch. We are still working on analysis of the community survey responses, and we anticipate sharing a summary of the community survey results with the Board of Supervisors and sharing results on the county website by the end of May. And that's my update. Thanks.
Thank you. Who else, Kelsey? That's it? All right. Any other?
No, just for maybe a more detailed explanation on the CERCLA, and I just want to emphasize that on that health survey, from what I understand, we had like about 2,000 returns, which is a huge amount, frankly, and shows you the community interest in this whole incident.
Thank you. I have Craig Spencer on the line who can assist in providing a response to your question regarding the CERCLA agreement.
Thank you, Kelsey. Good afternoon, supervisors and members of the public. Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. So to answer the question, CERCLA, or the Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation Liability Act, is the federal law that allows the EPA to remedy emergency situations. That does supersede local permitting requirements and would be a process that would be overseen for the removal of batteries by US EPA. Happy to answer other questions if you have them, but that's generally the impact of the CERCLA discussion. I believe that US EPA is working with Vistra on orders, and we are awaiting their final answers and orders and publication of that information before we have all of the details.
And just to kind of expand upon that, because my office has had a lot of questions about cleanup and how it should be done, and where, what roads are going to be used and where things are going to go and what should be done. But if this goes into effect, essentially, and this is, once again, we've seen multiple times this whole process, is that either the state or the federal government in this case is just basically preempting the county's role in any involvement in the cleanup to speak of, correct?
Yes, it's an emergency response settlement at the federal level that would supersede our local permitting.
All right. I'm going to go here on the dais. All right. None. We'll go to the public. We're going to open up public.
Chair.
Oh, sorry. Supervisor Daniels.
Yes, just one question and one comment. I'm impressed with the website, and thank you for all of the presentation. But the question I still have is whether or not, and I'm not sure if this is a Dr. Moreno question or a Ms. Fowler question, is where we would find the public health interpretations for the results. Where are the interpretations of the results that these tests are producing, if that makes sense? So I would imagine the Department of Toxic Substances Control or the Department of Public Health, the State Department, the Department of Public Health, where are we getting some feedback on what these levels mean for public health?
I can take this one. This is Nikki with Environmental Health. Ultimately, as part of the Cal EPA multi-agency coordination group, we do have the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment on board, and that's primarily a team of toxicology folks that are looking at the data and helping to make those assessments in terms of public health. So for now, we have on our website their interpretation of the comprehensive DTSC sampling that was conducted in January of 2025. And that is, had some various findings and recommended some additional sampling, but there was no immediate public health hazards identified. And so again, they're a part of the soil sampling plan, they've been a part of the development and will be directly involved in interpreting the results to put forth an analysis in partnership with the Department of Toxic Substances Control and the California Department of Public Health.
And then we will continue to post that on the website as it becomes available.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
All right, at this point, we're going to open up for public comment. We're going to allow folks 2 minutes. I'm going to go with folks in the room first, so please come forward.
Good afternoon, dear Chair Lopez, Supervisor Church, Alejo, Rudescu, and Daniels. My name is Kim Solano. I'm a longtime resident and owner of the Hot Enchilada in Moss Landing. We residents and business owners of Moss Landing and the surrounding area affected by the Vistra battery fires and supporters are submitting the following requests to you. We have discussed the health of residents, animals, and the land and water in previous discussions and letters. This is a public health disaster, and we are not getting the needed help or advice from the public agencies. The pleas in this letter are for you to act to help upon our community. Thousands of us are struggling to get answers and information about shared issues and concerns that are prohibitively expensive for us to obtain as individuals. Perhaps the county cannot deliver on all 7 of our requests below, but the county can better facilitate the California Department of Public Health or other responsible entity in providing the needed help in those particular issues. We ask your help on these specific urgent issues. Number 1, professional instructions on how to safely clean our homes and properties to assure toxic chemicals have been cleared or otherwise made safe for us and our animals to occupy, gardens, and grow. 2, advice from toxicology experts on the testing of our homes and land and the type of frequency of testing. 3, clear guidance on ongoing medical testing, which tests, what to look for, what to monitor. Provide a referral guide to medical toxicologists for people and animals specializing in exposure to toxic materials, including chemicals and metals. Number 4, access to online 24/7 air quality data collected at all monitoring stations established by Vistra and its consultants, Monterey County and other agencies. For our safety, we need to access to the real-time data with no delays. Number 5,
Thank you, Ms. Solano.
Thank you.
Next.
Hi there, my name is Mari Kleppel, and I'm going to continue with the letter that which she wasn't able to get through. Thank you for the opportunity, Chair Lopez, to speak. Number 4, she finished 4. So number 5, conduct an improved and more accurate survey rather than the one that was circulated. An improved survey should have unambiguous questions and be easy to understand. We should be informed how the survey results will be used. The distribution should be improved to reach all persons affected by the fires. Some residents do not have access to computers and cell phones. Number 6, improve evacuation plans for emergencies at the battery facilities. There is a disproportionate impact of disasters on residents who are low income, unhoused, and non-English speaking. These groups need to be considered to assure they can be safe during disasters. Some residents do not have access to county emergency alerts or are fearful of deportation if they go to evacuation sites. The evacuation site provided the night of the fire had no heat during a very cold night due to the order not to use heating systems that use outside ventilation due to toxic smoke from the nearby fire. Vouchers for motels safely outside of the evacuation and toxic smoke areas should be available. Number 7, property tax relief for residents who are cleaning their properties at their own expense, who feed their animals alternative feed until we have assurance that the land and grasses have no more toxins, who have medical bills for ourselves and animals related to the fire. This has caused a major loss in property values, and any effort to sell now would mean a reduced price due to this community's dire circumstances. We ask that you please respond to this letter within 2 weeks by May 3rd, 2025. To the extent you are unable to assist with any of the above issues, please provide detailed responses in your response as to why you are unable to help. Thank you very much for your consideration and attention in this matter. We really need help.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Dr. Laura Solorio. Thank you so much, supervisors. I'm just going to ask my question very quickly. I have the same question as Supervisor Daniels had. I've been reviewing the numbers posted on the Health Department website of the heavy metal levels and the areas that they've sampled. But there's no indication of what is a harmful level, what's an expected level, et cetera. There may be, some numbers look quite large, and, should people be warned that they shouldn't, be out there with mowers or, other work to be doing on their property if levels are extremely high. As you know, these heavy metals have caused some, acute symptoms, but some of the issues regarding these heavy metals are very long term. And so, one doesn't know if the exposure today leads to illness such as cancer years from now. So I think it would be important to know what these levels mean and when people should be alerted as to levels on their property that are, way out of the range that they should be. Anyway, so just to add on to that question from Supervisor Daniels. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Solorio. Anybody else in chambers?
Hello, I want to start by acknowledging that there's many good people that work for the county. I have empathy for the county because similar to us residents, you're forced to deal with this disaster. Unfortunately, when I called the number provided on the Ready Monterey County website, I encountered hostility. Other community members have reported similar experiences, and I want the county to understand that my intention is to prevent another disastrous battery fire from occurring, not to bother you. Please show kindness to me and my neighbors, and I will continue to do the same. We are uncomfortable with Vistra's consultants being the sole hydrogen fluoride monitor, particularly since they have not shared their data with the public. I urge that the county release all raw air monitoring data, including the missing monitoring data from the morning of January 18th, 2025. Also, by the way, CTH surface wipe sample data would be nice if you guys could present that too. Furthermore, records indicate that the drone temperature readings from were discontinued February 15th. It's essential for the county to continue collecting temperature readings and providing hour-by-hour data. Daily averages are insufficient for assessing thermal runaway. I repeat, we need hourly temperature readings until cleanup is complete. I have more concerns, but I would appreciate if the county could focus on the release of the HF air monitoring data, getting the proper HF monitoring equipment for MBARD, and restarting the temperature monitoring program until cleanup is different. I also want to note that I look forward to the GIS dashboard, and I appreciate the county putting all that work, and I'm excited to see that data.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers?
Interesting agenda item for Earth Day. Happy Earth Day. My name is Eric Peterson, and relevant to this is I own stock in PG&E, which I understand was a participant in this fiasco, and which conveniently has a stockholders meeting next month. I was out at Elkhorn Slough one afternoon just finishing a hike. If I'd looked at the right direction, I would have seen the beginnings of this thing. It can affect more than the residents. I was lucky to get home. I am curious, and this is relevant to the PG&E stockholders meeting, how much is this going to cost Monterey County? Because I'm sure PG&E isn't out there giving you money, and that could be relevant to what I say there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Anyone else in chambers?
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to address the group. My name is Lori Bronner, and I'm a resident. I'm just one of the many people who developed face, mouth, nose, eyes, lungs, and respiratory burns upon returning home on Friday, January 17, 2025. I was following all advice given by the county emergency response during the press conference. I was listening to it in my car when I was returning home. Cleanup of the Vistra site is a minimum response. What about residents in the community? Are we being studied to better document the cumulative health effects of this largest lithium-ion battery fire tragedy on the people as this technology emerges? Can we receive county support and resources to clean up and dispose of toxic fallout dumped on our homes and property? Can we receive county support to dispose of contaminated soil, plant material, wood, burn piles, food, plants, clothing, carpet, furniture, curtains, crops, and livestock? Can residents request a 50% reduction in county property tax assessment that corresponds to loss of property values commonly associated with a Superfund site? Ongoing evacuation, relocation, disruption, private testing, healthcare costs are mounting for many of us, and none of this was anticipated in county and Vistra facility emergency response planning efforts. Will Vistra be providing funding for adequate baseline testing, testing equipment, training for the health department, medical providers, environmental health, air resources monitoring?
Thank you very much for your comments. Next.
Good afternoon. This is Cheryl Davidson. I have some things that were brought up in our group on Facebook, and I wanted to make sure these questions got asked. Will there be advanced public notice when this starts? Will there be road closures and detours? Where are the hazardous materials being transported to, and what routes? Will homeowners receive a contracted cleanup? Will residents and schools, students have relocation or emergency housing funding during the process? Will emergency housing and evacuation options be budgeted for all future BESS installs? Will an independent scientific panel be on site monitoring this? Will there be reporting of the forever chemicals, PFAS, in the area? Will there be Prop 65 warnings posted within the impacted vicinity of the cleanup? I wanted to thank the county for everything that they've done so far with the website and going to make it a lot better for us. I had health issues with this. I have doctor bills now. I now wonder what my future's going to be. And when I talk to people, I honestly don't know if I'm going to be here in 10 years. This stuff needs to be looked at, and the community needs to know what's going on with the cleanup and also future things. This affects us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers? All right, we're going to go to Zoom. Mary?
Hello, thank you guys for all the work that you've been doing on this issue. And again, I just want to echo some of the things that have been said. But one of my bigger concerns is something that I just heard you guys repeat, which is that all of our county permitting and process are going to be circumvented by federal regulations in this cleanup. And that, quote, internal stakeholders are going to review the information before it is released to the public, which I think is really egregious and unfair. I think that everyone in the community is a stakeholder, and that we should be able to review those results, and they shouldn't be privatized. The biggest problem here is lack of transportation. You know, you can't buy a Starbucks coffee in California or pump gas without a warning. You're in a dangerous area and possibly exposed to cancer-causing chemicals. We know that these are cancer-causing chemicals, and it is critical that as this information is published to the county, that the county and the public's job, if they can't be responsible for the cleanup, is to notify the public when that cleanup is happening. And I'm not talking about posting on a fancy website, but rather signs entering and exiting the area saying, these are the days that we are going to be cleaning up. These are the days that you should expect to be your windows to be closed. These are the days that schools and residents should evacuate the area. And I want the Monterey County to think carefully about how they're going to plan for evacuation measures and housing measures for persons such as myself and many others who have been forced to relocate their homes, their businesses, their animals for their health. People who are paying, to live in Airbnbs or off-site or remove themselves temporarily or for longer term. And the county should be responsible for disaster relief housing for every single area that they intend to build a BESS.
Thank you, Mary. Next. Phone number ending in 902.
This is Nina Beatty. I agree with the letter and the prior comments. The county has to overcome loss of trust due to focusing on politics instead of facts and science, and you refuse to support local decision-making on battery storage. The federal and state preemption and Berrien County response, DTSC, CDPH, and EPA have been negligent historically, and EPA is so captured on issue after issue as to be virtually useless. CTEH, conflict of interest. Where is Cal EPA involved? This is a state project. What is the Clean Harbor Seaport? Who tested that water, and why wasn't this disposal under CEQA for review? Agencies need to test, not Vistra. Tetra Tech lawsuit falsification of soil samples in San Francisco Bay is one well-known example of an internal investigation, and the report from the health officer is completely lacking. The county needs HF monitors, not just one, but multiple ones. It is urgent to have qualified and independent toxicologists, not under the thumb of the county or Vista or PG&E or DTSC or EPA, to give grand rounds training to all the doctors in Monterey, Santa Cruz, and San Benito counties at the local hospitals, and provide town hall meetings for residents and veterinarians, particularly in Salinas, Castroville, Marina, Prunedale, and North County, and the short and long-term health effects likely from this exposure. Halt the planned Moss Landing dredging until all the sampling has been done. The science and health and effects on people here are the first priority and the urgent matter. Officials are dragging in topics that have nothing to do with those top priorities. Stay on topic. Energy, climate change, and fossil fuels have nothing to do with the top priorities. Monterey County is not a sacrifice zone for anyone's run for president or anyone else, or for political parties. The agriculture, tourism, and homes in Monterey County are not collateral damage for Wall Street or politicians or giant corporations like PG&E and Vistra. You need to take care of the situation as best your ability.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty. We're at time. Thank you very much. We're going to go to the next speaker. Thank you very much, Ms. Beatty. We're going to go to the next speaker now. Thank you very much, Ms. Beatty. Next speaker? Michael, we'll go ahead and give you the floor now.
Michelle, can you guys hear me?
We can.
Okay, this is Michelle Clary. I'm a resident of Royal Oaks. Again, deeply concerned by hearing that this could be handled by the state. The state was the one that fast-tracked this project. And for them to take over, again, jurisdiction to say that they're going to handle the cleanup is very disturbing. Really hope that you guys can get some powers in to get some local control over this and not just wash your hands over it. I have livestock. They are very sick. we have members that have stillbirth in their goats being kitted, animals with breathing problems. We have chickens eating grass, and I don't want to hear let's just all destroy the chickens, but people eating the eggs. It's big concerns here. And again, we drive past that power plant and see the buildings. You smell the toxic. Why can't they put a containment barrier around that property while they're trying to figure out how to demolish it? Those containment barriers exist. They're to provide safety from contaminants. Put something around, put a big tent around it. Don't care, but we're tired of breathing it. And this is a long process, and we're concerned about what's blowing in the wind. And we see people out there blowing. They're blowing stuff around, like the blowers, the landscapers, whatever is happening. You guys need to get containment around this. If they can't do anything about the structural things with the buildings, at least put a containment barrier around there. Do something, try to do something to help us during this process. We've already gone through the rains. We know that there was off-gassing, and there's not been a peep. And now I guess the batteries are done, but they're just lying there. And again, after seeing all these battery recycling plants going up in fires, who's going to want to take 100,000 bad batteries away? It's going to be a big problem and a long problem, but we need immediate help to get this stuff contained. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Next. Satya?
Yes, hello, I'm Satya Orion from SoCal. I would like to comment, in my opinion, the reports given were insulting to the community. I heard no help offered to the community whatsoever. I heard words like stakeholders and community partners. I have heard the people in the community speaking of the harm they've suffered. This is real evidence. People are moving out of their homes. They've been given no assistance in that. They've been given no assistance for paying for their medical bills. I agree with people saying the raw data should be given and shown transparently. People shouldn't have to try to figure this, wait for the report coming in the end of May, really? I just feel so disturbed every time I hear this. Thank you, Glenn Church, for speaking to people in a real voice, person to person. I don't like seeing people reading reports, talking about Vistra, paying for this, paying for that. Do you really, seriously, do we really trust Vistra to give an independent analysis or hire someone that's not in their favor? I mean, there's so many problems here. It seems so obvious. People need help now. No more reports, no more data analyzing. It's obvious. Help them. You can help them. Please help them. Thank you.
Next. Susan?
Hi, my name is Susan. I live in Royal Oaks. We were significantly impacted by this fire. I had to leave the area for about a month in order to get better and regain my voice and lose the headaches. What I'm concerned about is everything the entire community is concerned about. I have a beloved animal who every time he walks outside his dog door, comes back in and chews on his feet. I have to wash him off. I have to walk him outside. I have almost 3 acres and I can't let my dog get on it without me getting sick, him being sick. We're getting no guidance as a community on what to do about the most dangerous chemicals. Nobody has told me about the PFAS that were released in that fire. I smelled burned plastic for several hours. All of that wiring burned up. Those are forever chemicals. Where are the testing and results for those? we can't have all of our fish and wildlife group reporting that the wildlife in the ponds is diminished or dead or absent, and us not to believe that it had an impact on the animals that we have in our homes and the livestock we have and our own bodies. So I'm really frustrated that people keep saying that these levels are below health concerns. We have health concerns. We need to know the VOCs. We need to know the PFAs. We need to know if you can ever get rid of them. We have a lot of issues.
Thank you, Susan. We're at time. Thank you. Next speaker. I'm not seeing any more on Zoom, so I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the board. I'm going to go to Supervisor Church first.
Thank you. This has been, I think, for everybody, not just around the surrounding area and just the whole county, a really difficult issue, because there hasn't been any template for it to follow. There hasn't been any path. There hasn't been any protocol. It's been, unfortunately, a learn as we go process, and it hasn't been good. It hasn't been clean, and it needs to be a lot better altogether. I just want to say, I appreciate the letter that was sent out to the board and to my office, and I have reached out to try to set up a meeting to go over some of those questions and try to answer some of them. So I'm hopeful we're going to have that in very short future here, a meeting to try to address some of those very valid questions and issues there. Things have been raised about who's really responsible for this and the cost, and frankly, that really rests with Vistra. I mean, this is not a natural disaster like a flood or a fire, where government and taxpayers have to be totally responsible to step on in. I mean, the government has to be here to help people, but the corporation, the entity involved in this is the one that ultimately needs to pay, not the taxpayers onto it. And I know Vistra is going to be held ultimately responsible for what happens here, and what that bill is going to be and what that cost is going to be is there's still a lot to be determined. But that's actually where the blame fully rests with. It was their project and what they did there. I'm concerned about the EPA taking over much of the cleanup on this. It's going to remove, once again, things from our hand, our control over what roads can go down. And maybe the EPA will do a great job on doing it. I don't know. But the fact is that once again, we're being delegated to the rear in terms of involvement, in terms of our concerns, is just potentially at hand again on particularly with this. What I have found over the last few months is a real disappointment in the assistance that the county's been able to get from the state. We've got a testing program in place here now. When this incident happened, the state is the entity that has the Department of Toxic Substances Control, has the toxicology departments that they have. They're the ones that are assigned. They're the ones that are counted on to come forth in any kind of an emergency, especially in a unique situation like this, because they have the experts. And that has, unfortunately, I think has really lagged, and it's put the county into a difficult situation at times on this. I believe there should have been testing. It would have, they should have stepped up and done some of this testing earlier. There's a lot of data out there that has been done by the community. There's a lot of data that's been done by other groups, along with the testing that we've done here through the state and the county. But there's been a lost opportunity to gain a lot of this data too over the last few months, and what has happened with rain and weathering and where the there's been accumulations or other things have lessened in content. We really don't know. There are, of course, other entities that have been out there testing, so I'm sure all this information, which I'm really glad to see that we've put together inside this website, for example, and I'm sure we will be adding more to it, will be really helpful in trying to get a grasp of the totality of what we have gone through. So we're all, it's a broken process. We know that. And as I say, it's a process that we're learning as we go. This isn't like just a fire, which we know what the steps to happen or a flood and what we need to do. But it's going to be getting better, and I'm hopeful that we're going to be having more support from outside the county as well, which is necessary. And I know we're waiting to a great degree here on direction on where the state's going to go with this new legislation, on what controls it's going to start to assert, as well as what powers we're going to have here at the county for the future. But regardless of what happens here at the state level with this legislation, the county's going to have to step up in whatever capacity it has, whether it has more of a role in terms of these systems coming in, or whether it's got to be more of a role after these systems come in, if we're not given that power to have more of a say, and whether that's going to be monitoring or just developing better coordination, developing better preparation plans for with state agencies on how we respond to emergencies like this. There's just a whole list of things that need to be done, and I'm hoping that in the next month or two, as we get some direction of where the state's going, we're going to be able to look here at the county level and get some clarity on what direction we should go, because we're going to have to start to do that at this point. One thing that one agency that I've seen that has kind of stayed out of the fray here and particularly should be involved because so many of these plants are along the coastline is the Coastal Commission. And they weren't involved when these first battery facilities went in. They backed out of that. They haven't been involved in the whole process. But the legislation that the state has that allows this opt-in process for industry, or this preempting of going to the county, the AB 205, from my understanding is that actually the one state agency that can step in if a company wants to use AB 205 is the Coastal Commission, but they don't have a process for that. And I don't know, when is the best time to do this? Maybe it's next month when we just, this few weeks when we discuss this legislation coming back again, or whether it's appropriate now for any kind of direction because we're doing an update. But I feel that this board probably should send a letter to the Coastal Commission asking them to, at some point here, to go in and look at the process of being engaged into these facilities and determining what role they want to have. Council, is that an appropriate thing to give a direction to today, or should we wait on that?
Yes, I believe you can give direction on that.
Okay. Well, that would be, I'd like the rest of the board's opinion on this, of course, but that's something I feel I would like to see today.
So I want to acknowledge we've lost Supervisor Daniels, who had to drop off. I'm going to go to Supervisor Alejo, who I know has to exit here soon as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to, the only thing I would add, it's been, we're going to almost 4 months now. My message to Vistra and to all those involved that we have to urge that the cleanup happen safely, but at the earliest possible time to address some of the concerns we heard from residents. There was this interesting piece on 60 Minutes about 3 weeks ago about the Palisades cleanup, and there the 11,000 homes burned, a lot of synthetic and plastics burned along with people's homes, which created a toxic situation. And in that, but it was interesting because the EPA was involved in that cleanup, and they cleared out 9,000 homes within 28 days. So when there's a will, there's a way to do it. And the other interesting piece there was that obviously the electric vehicles posed a new danger to everyone out there cleaning up. I think in the Palisades area alone, there was like 600 electric vehicles And on site, they had the salt water, where they would put the car batteries, the components of the batteries, they'd put them to deactivate them, right? So that any trapped energy is released. But those were put on site, the salt water bath containers to deactivate the vehicles. This is certainly a different technology, but similar. There's smaller components within these larger structures that were out there. These modules, they're smaller components. I'm just urging that there should be a more expeditious way to do this work. If we could see it done at a much larger scale, many times over in Los Angeles, if they could do it in such a short time, why can't Vistra put it on a very expedited timeline? So that's what I would urge today as well. If we just let them sit, they're going to take longer than necessary. If we speak up and say this needs to happen at the earliest possible time, yes, done safely, as it has been done other parts of our state and our country, but it should happen at the earliest possible time. That would bring a peace of mind to many of the residents that are there, wondering what's taking so long and whether it continues to pose a danger to them and the area. So that's what the only other. If we send a letter to Vistra, at least for the record, it would be, in May, we will reach 4 months. I think more needs to happen, and we want to urge the cleanup to happen at the earliest possible time. In that 60-minute story, I think a lot of those electric batteries were being sent out of state because they are toxic. They have to go to special contamination sites, and those were, I think, were going to Utah. I don't know how, transported or train or otherwise, but that's what the story reported. And I just wanted to give that an example that this cleanup requires thought and special places where these damaged batteries will end up having to be shipped to somehow as well.
All right, Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, thank you. Again, thank you all for being here again. I know it was, I think, last week and last month, and to our staff, thank you for all of the exceptional work that you're doing to make sure that information is continuing to the degree that we have access to it, that it's finding its way into the places so that the public can also have access to it in the ways that are meaningful. I think the one question that had been asked somewhere, how do we make sure that the information that is available is both available in the raw form, as was asked, but also available with the appropriate translation. I know I can look at raw data and not know what I'm looking at. It's also helpful to have the translation of that data available. So having both of those available, I think, is important. So acknowledging both of those questions. The letter that we received, which I think Supervisor Church had mentioned from April 16th, that was one that I sent over to CAO Sonia De La Rosa, just inquiring when we received it, what is our plan for acknowledging this? When I'm reading the questions, they're absolutely questions that I want to know the answer to as well. In all fairness and honesty, I'm not sure that there are answers to some of these questions. So I appreciate that my colleague has agreed to host a meeting to convene the brightest minds that we have access to help put our best thinking together, to put answers together. I'm not sure if I would love to hear if there's a better answers to those questions today, or if that meeting is the best that we can come up with at this point. Do we have county health officials that are able to offer more than that at this point? Or is that something that we do need to ask the state for more guidance? Where do we get the answers to those questions? What role can the county play to help best get answers to these questions? Okay. And this is professional instruction on how to safely clean a home and property to assure toxic chemicals have been cleared or otherwise made safe. Advice from toxicology experts on the testing of our homes and land. and the types and frequency of testing that's necessary, clear guidance on ongoing medical testing, what tests, what to look for, what to monitor for.
I have not had an opportunity to see the letter myself, so I apologize for that, and also thank the community for their effort in drafting that. It sounds very well put together and very clear on the expectations. We will work with the health department as well as the health assessment unit that we have requested from the state to assist in addressing some of those questions. And I'll work with the county administrator's office to identify a strategy for returning a response to those questions. But we will certainly take on that request.
Okay, great, thank you. And I forwarded the letter to you, Kelsey, directly.
Thank you.
So you got it. Our CIO has the letter. And I guess I'm acknowledging that these are questions, given that we haven't had this type of thing happen. I'm not sure there are answers to these questions, but as another fellow neighbor and human being, I think these are absolutely fair questions to ask. They're questions that you should be asking. They're questions that we've been asking. They're questions we will continue to ask. And as much as anyone says, based on what we know to be testing for, and this is, I think, where we've sort of been stuck, is that based on what we know to look for and what we know to test for, where everyone says it's, what we know we're looking for, it appears to be safe, but you're saying, what are we not knowing to look for? What going beyond that, what more is it that we need to be looking for and testing for? Because what you're saying is that, I'm experiencing health problems. So I want to tell you, I hear you, we see you, we're acknowledging what you're experiencing. And I think that to the degree that we can continue asking these questions on your behalf, we're going to help try to figure it out. But knowing that this is this space where there may not be clear answers. So I'm just acknowledging that reality. But let's keep going, let's keep asking, let's keep pushing. So to those points. And Glenn, if you need more resources, keep telling us what you need so that we can support the meeting that you're convening. So those were, I think, my just immediate comments. Thank you.
Right. So I know there was a lot of questions from the public, some which you have answers to, some which you may not. Are there any you want to answer at this point, given all we heard from public comment, Kelsey?
Not at this juncture. I have taken notes, though, and will continue to work with our PIOs to get some of those answers. I did want to acknowledge when I briefed earlier regarding the current sorting of batteries, one of the biggest challenges for expediting the process to actual removal and development of those plans is the identification of the severity of the damage and the extent of that damage to the actual module. So with structure fires, we typically find, especially some of the larger ones, that just about everything within the ash footprint is completely destroyed, with exceptions for structures that had initial attack and active fire suppression activities occurring, such as water suppression. When the structure fully burns, it is, fairly common, if not the most likely outcome, that the entire battery is fully destroyed to some extent. And so with the Moss Landing or the Moss 300 structure, not every single battery is fully destroyed. So one of their challenges is working with LG, the manufacturer, to sort through the extent of the batteries and which route is best for disposal of those batteries, either treatment on-site, treatment off-site, or if it's safe for immediate transportation to a recycling facility. So I think that is part of the delay in moving forward at this juncture. And so they're submitting those plans and working on those plans with the US EPA to ensure that the transportation of those batteries is safe and does not need additional, or does need additional mitigation or risk reduction prior to transport.
So in wrapping here, understanding we're coming to the end of this item, I want to get back to Supervisor Church's request about the letter to the Coastal Commission. I would like to know a little more about the responsibility there. So I'd love a presentation from staff about what that looks like so that we can be clear about what we're listing out in the letter in terms of the request. But I think that would be appropriate to bring back next month is at the next presentation. If you're okay with that,
I'm fine with that, yeah.
All right, so not at this juncture. We're not sending the letter now, but next month we will do that after we get the context around that piece. So I'm supportive of that. And at this
Can we send the letter urging
EPA cleanup?
a more expeditious timeline?
To who?
To Vistra.
Could I just, I'm wondering, and maybe we can get some clarification, is Vistra driving the cleanup right now, or is it EPA?
Or is it EPA?
Yeah, I mean, who's really in charge of that?
Vistra is the responsible party and responsible for putting together a plan and course of action for removing the batteries, which is overseen by the US EPA as the regulatory authority. So they are working in conjunction with each other to identify a path forward and how expeditious it can or should be. There are a variety of different strategies that we could take. I do know that the US EPA is somewhat strapped for resources, so expediting this might be difficult due to their limitations as well as a variety of other variables, but I think I don't have a clear answer for you at this juncture about how best to proceed, whether it's a letter to Vistra or...
If we were to send a letter, I'd suggest maybe both of them.
Definitely both. But here we are, like I said, my point was, in other places, it's been able to be done really fast. Here we are at month 4, and I don't want to be here another 4 months from now, and then we're saying the same thing. Oh, it's because there's a process and they're still doing this or that. Nobody's going to speak up for us and our constituents unless we do it ourselves. And this is we're at a month 4 point in time. We need to show, hey, we have asked, we put it in writing, we sent it to you, and we're asking for more accountability so we could make this process faster rather than just continue here bureaucratic.
So to clearly state direction, again, I'm hearing send a letter to EPA and Vistra asking for expediting the cleanup as much safely, as quickly as possible.
We've already reached 4 months.
Safely.
And safely, for sure.
All right, so at this juncture, we're going to do that, but not at this juncture will we proceed with a letter to the Coastal Commission. That'll come back. All right, so we've
We'll
got
work
clarity.
with Annette Diadamo on that direction.
Perfect. All right, so we've got direction. Final thoughts?
I just to add on, Supervisor Askew was mentioning about, having some interpretation of data, and there's also others have mentioned about needing, what do these numbers mean? And, I think it would be really great if we were able to get something from state agency on what these numbers mean and put something in here for interpretation better, because the numbers are, you can, otherwise people are going on and going to scientist Google and trying to find information, and that's not very effective at times. It can cover every response possible at that point. So, I would like if maybe we could have make some efforts to, see if we can't get something to have better interpretation of the data. And then just in terms of when we come back next month, wonder if we could maybe reach out to Vistra and PG&E and just see what their current process is right now on their on if anything has changed on when they're intending to turn their existing batteries on, because they're on hold at this point, and we've asked them not to do this, but that's all we can do is ask. And I just don't want to be caught by surprise at some point that suddenly they flip a switch on and one of them is up and running here in a few months.
It's very prudent as we enter the summer season. And we can absolutely work with the health assessment team to see if it's possible or feasible to come up with an interpretation in writing.
Okay. All right.
To Supervisor Church's last point, if we're going to make the request about update on that, if as part of that we could ask for an update on the emergency response plan, I think that needs to be part of that question.
Okay. All right. Direction's been given. Any questions?
Not at this juncture.
Perfect. All right.
you.
With that, we've concluded, and we're going to proceed to our next agenda item, which has us at this point. It doesn't say here, but I'm going to recess the Board of Supervisors and go ahead and reconvene the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. And with that, let the record reflect that I have 3 supervisors here: Supervisor Lopez, Supervisor Askew, and Supervisor Church. Our only scheduled matter today is to receive a presentation on the groundwater monitoring program fee study. And so with that, we're going to welcome Ara forward. Actually, I'm going to 2-minute break, Ara. I'll be right back while you fire that up.
No.
All right, good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today to provide this presentation on the Water Resource Agency's groundwater monitoring program regulatory fee study. Joining me today via the Zoom link is our senior hydrologist, Amy Woodrow, and we will tag team today's presentation. This presentation is very similar to what we presented to the agency's board of directors yesterday, and one that you will receive again in May when you are making a final decision about fees for the agency's 2025-2026 fiscal year. The agency or the presentation is broken into kind of two pieces. One piece is intended for the folks who haven't been tracking this as closely as you all have over the last 2 years. And so just trying to provide a little bit of context as to, what it is that we're trying to accomplish here. What does a groundwater monitoring program have to do with me? Have to do with the county. And really when we back up and think about that at the highest level, one observes that Monterey County is a groundwater dependent economy, almost through and through. And so while agricultural production is certainly the biggest economic driver in the county at $4.4 billion farm gate production on an annual basis, tourism and related industries are also very significant and also dependent on groundwater, as is approximately 40% of the county's workforce and thousands of domestic, municipal, and other agricultural water supplies. So in small communities, unincorporated communities, individual homes, and throughout. So when did we begin to turn so much attention to groundwater management, and how is it we go about protecting today's groundwater for tomorrow's uses? We back up to 2014 when the state initiated something we all call the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. We refer to it in a singular. It's in fact 3 separate laws that were all signed into effect at the same time by Governor Brown at the time. It does a number of different things, but at the high level, it assigns to the California Department of Water Resources several responsibilities. They act as the state's primary technical assistant. They provide oversight. They were assigned the task of establishing and prioritizing the groundwater basins. And so when we are talking about areas of groundwater in Monterey County, those were chosen by the California Department of Water Resources. They're also responsible for approving plans and monitoring progress towards compliance with SGMA, and ultimately they play the role of judge and juror here. And if they're determining that compliance is being made, they will continue to rely on local control. If they determine that it is not, then they will send their recommendation on to the State Water Resource Control Board that plays an enforcement role and has, as we've seen in some parts of the state, the ability to come in and intervene in groundwater management. So importantly, the state provides for local jurisdictions to form groundwater sustainability agencies, and the Salinas Valley did so in 2017 when it stood up the Salinas Valley Basin GSA. There are 5 other GSAs spread throughout the county in other watersheds or overlapping with the Salinas Valley Basin, but we focus on them here and now because that is the entity that is covering the largest geographic space, the most economically affected space, and they're also the entity that has come to the Water Resources Agency, that has had a long history of doing groundwater monitoring and asked us to provide them service. This slide just provides a quick overview of their jurisdiction. It's quite significant from the San Luis Obispo County line to the south, all the way to the Pacific Ocean in the north, a number of subbasins within that space, and 4 GSAs in total. Specific to the Salinas Valley Basin GSA, they developed 6 groundwater sustainability plans, also a requirement of the 2014 SGMA law. And those plans are all dependent on reliable groundwater monitoring and data. They are now going through the process of doing the mandatory 5-year updates of those plans. And they're also going through the process of responding to what DWR refers to as recommended corrective actions. And these would be statements from the Department of Water Resources, such as you have data gaps. And so they're working to address those. Knowing that these data gaps existed, the SVB and the Water Resources Agency began in 2023 a conversation with stakeholders, with the Water Resource Agency's committees, directors, and with this Board of Supervisors, a 1.5 long discussion or so about a best path forward. And it was really aimed initially to address these areas that are outside of the current monitoring network, and those are highlighted in yellow within the red circles. And simply put, there were 3 options, that we were considering at the time. One would be for the Salinas Valley Basin GSA to stand up a parallel program to address the areas that were outside of the Water Resource Agency jurisdiction, to simply take over the entire thing, which would have meant substantially increasing the size and the staffing of the Salinas Valley Basin GSA, or ultimately, as it was decided, it would be expanding the agency's abilities. We have decades of experience in this area, and there was a lot of interest in leveraging that expertise. And so all of that culminated in the board adopting Ordinance 5426 last October, and along with that, a manual that describes what the groundwater monitoring program was or is. Along with the ordinance was also the creation of a regulatory fee to support this program. And that work, this study that we're talking about today, began then. So what's remains the same? What's changing? People note that the agency's been doing this work in certain areas for a long time. Certainly, if you've been a part of the existing program, you will remain a part of that program and much won't change. But for folks within the existing program, there are differences that will impact folks, especially on the small user side, what's referred to as de minimis. Historically, not all wells had to register. Under the new program, all wells will have to register. And going forward, something that's a bit departure from historic practice is the collection of this fee will not be on future property taxes, but rather subject to individual well owner billing. So the benefits of the Reconceived program, of course, most simply, it's sustaining the Salinas Valley's groundwater and therefore its quality of life for future generations. It helps maintain local governance and oversight, the importance of which can't be understated. It meets the rigorous regulatory mandates of SGMA and the reporting requirements from the Department of Water Resources. It will expand our historical monitoring and improve the reliability of that work to meet today's information needs. And it also aims to improve local agency processes and efficiencies. We are, and this was contemplated in the ordinance, looking for opportunities to work with the Department of Health, to work with Preservation Inc. and others working in this water quality monitoring sphere to leverage each other's skills and improve efficiencies. By adopting a per well fee, we establish an equitable approach to cost allocation and recovery. If you don't own a well, you don't have to pay for a program to monitor well groundwater, and we just are aiming to provide opportunities to meet future needs of others. And so we'll transition here from kind of the big picture that, some folks may not be, entirely aware of, and drill into the regulatory fee proposal more specifically. And I'll hand this piece over to our senior hydrologist, Amy Woodrow.
Thank you, Ara. To get into some of the details, as Ara mentioned, the agency has the authority to monitor groundwater and set these fees. That's provided both under the Agency Act and the ordinance that we've spoken about. The agency embarked on a fee study last year that was included as part of the packet. That fee study recommends 5 new fees they're listed here. We'll talk about them a little bit later in the presentation, but that cover registration, extraction reporting, groundwater level, and groundwater quality monitoring. And these fees will be administered, as Ara mentioned, on a per well basis, not a per acre basis. Okay, the next slide, thanks. So, the agency has been doing groundwater monitoring for decades, but our funding sources for those activities have fluctuated over the years and come from different sources, everything from grants to ad valorem taxes or other special benefit assessments. And, with that variation in funding streams, the scope and ability to implement the monitoring programs have also varied. So in, years where there was less funding, we may have either skipped a program or, pared it down to a smaller level to accommodate the funding. But with the need to really provide a robust and reliable data stream to support the needs of SGMA and DWR's reporting requirements, we are looking to this new regulatory fee to provide a reliable funding source for the groundwater monitoring program. And the historical funding sources that went toward this program in the past will continue to be used for other things like ongoing operations, maintenance, and monitoring of surface water, which is not part of the groundwater monitoring program. The fees that are being proposed are being brought forward as Proposition 26 regulatory fees. So that they are not taxes, but they are imposed for reasonable costs for providing specific services. So those services cover things like staff time and materials, supplies, vehicles needed to collect data, and also a portion of it captures both agency and county indirect costs. The mechanism for getting a Proposition 26 fee in place relies on the elected officials of a legislative body, such as in this case yourselves, the supervisors for the agency. And we'll be bringing this forward later this year for consideration. But the proposal is that these fees would become part of the agency's fiscal year 25-26 budget that would go into effect on July 1st. I wanted to touch on what exactly is in the indirect costs. There's some discussion of this in the fee study. The overall percentage that's included in the fee is approximately 21%. For indirect costs, and that's split between a portion of it from Water Resources Agency indirect costs that covers things like insurance, internet service, communications software, things like that. And a portion of it comes from county services that the agency relies upon, as listed here, for example, Human Resources or the Auditor Controller's Office. I'll get into now, we'll go through a series of slides covering each of the fees. The first one I'm going to touch on is the initial well registration fee. This is the only one of the 5 that's a one-time only fee. So the purpose of this fee is to collect the initial data that's needed to register a well. So this could occur after somebody constructs a new well, or it might occur in one of those spaces where the agency hasn't historically worked. So bringing in and getting information about the wells in those locations. Any well that's already registered with the agency and is reporting data to us would not pay this fee. And again, it's a one-time only fee. The proposed amount is $160.19. And it would apply to any water production well within the jurisdictional area of the Salinas Valley Basin GSA, which is the kind of shaded pink area shown on the map here. The next fee is the annual registration renewal. This would apply again to all water production wells. The proposed fee amount is $21.90. This would be paid per well and paid annually. And the purpose of this is to have a kind of a touch point with the agency to make sure that all of the data that's on file about a given well is current and correct. For example, if a parcel changes ownership or something changed with a well, this is that opportunity to gather that information and verify that what we have on file is correct. The next fee is the groundwater extraction reporting fee. This would apply to all wells that use more than 2 acre-feet per year. So that 2 acre-feet per year threshold is something that's set forth by the state, and that's used to define what a de minimis well is. So anything using less than that would not pay this extraction reporting fee. This is, estimated that it would apply to about 2,100 wells per year, and the proposed fee is $64.82 per well. Again, this would be paid annually, and it covers time for staff to verify extraction data that is submitted to the agency, as well as supporting a portion of the costs for the online application reporting, technological support of that, and also any notifications or billing that are associated with this program. The groundwater level monitoring fee is the next one on the screen here. This fee collects or recovers costs for staff to measure groundwater levels, which helps to quantify impacts to the groundwater basin. This fee covers costs for staff for actually doing field work, data collection, analysis, the vehicles and supplies that go along with that. And the proposed amount of this is $117.63 per well. Again, that would be paid annually, and it would apply to all water production wells throughout the jurisdictional area. So, approximately all the kind of the darker dots that are shown on your screen there. And if I can get the next slide. One thing I wanted to explain in a little more detail, as I just mentioned, there were about 3,500 wells that would pay into the groundwater level monitoring program through the fee, but the agency isn't visiting all 3,500 of those to collect data. We have a representative network that provides regional data, regional groundwater data, and that smaller network. So that's about 540 wells that we're actually visiting. So we've gotten some questions as we've presented this along the way. You know, why would you be measuring all those locations? They're all very close together. So hoping to clarify here and make the distinction between wells that would be subject to the fee because they are participating in the program and receiving, you know, the management and the benefits of this data versus the locations that we're actually collecting the data from. And the final fee that we'll talk about here is the groundwater quality monitoring. So this is focused on the agency's program for evaluating the extent and movement of seawater intrusion. So as Ara mentioned earlier, you know, there are other entities in the county that measure and monitor groundwater quality for different purposes, be it for human health purposes or for looking at, you know, agricultural runoff. The agency's program is focused on seawater intrusion monitoring or areas that could potentially be impacted by that, as defined in the groundwater sustainability plans of subbasins that have criteria in them for looking at seawater intrusion. So this fee would not apply throughout the whole geographic space, but it would be applicable in 4 of the subbasins. So that's the 180, 400 foot aquifer subbasin, the east side, the Langley, and the Monterey subbasin. So the space is a little bigger than what's shown on the figure there, but it's generally those northern, like closer to the coast subbasins. And then finally, just to wrap everything up here, this slide captures all the costs on one kind of in one table. And then if we can go to the next slide, we have what we're trying to present here is a, you know, based on the geographic space where a well would be located and the type of well, whether it's de minimis or not, what the overall fee might be per well in a given location. So, you know, the initial well registration is on its own line there, and then you can see that there's variation between, you know, for example, the second line, they would pay annual registration and groundwater levels. So that gets you to the, you know, the 139.53. If you, you know, and then as you move through the different subbasins with the different programs that are in place, those fees change. So this kind of rolls it all up so you could see per well what that proposed fee is. And then I'll just touch briefly, you know, we've had an initial draft of the study. We've had a number of meetings and gotten some good feedback. So along the way, the agency has revisited the indirect cost rate and was able to bring that down a little bit, which resulted in lower fees across the board. We've added some figures to the fee study to help illustrate where these fees would apply. And we are also looking into a potential program for low-income well owners that, you know, whether that's a waiver or a partial waiver of the fee, trying to figure out what that might look like. And just in terms of process, the grayed out items here are previous committee meetings or workshops that the agency's held. So we've been, you know, talking about this with the public for quite some time now. We are here with you today, and then as Ara mentioned at the beginning, we'll be bringing this back to you for consideration at the end of May as part of the agency's budget process.
Yeah, and to pick it up here, to jump back in here, I should say, wanted to touch on some of the questions that we heard at yesterday's Board of Directors meeting regarding some of the questions or regarding some of the pieces of the proposal. So one of the questions that we've heard at several of the meetings that we've held has been the ability for the agency and the groundwater monitoring program to rely upon others to perform the necessary work. And when you think about that, there's really two significant factors you have to consider. So to the extent that we can work with, say, Preservation Inc., who's responsible for monitoring the discharge to groundwater, and the Regional Water Quality Control Board regulatory program, or with the Department of Health and their work in the regulatory arena in terms of human safety. They'd be focusing more on, say, arsenic and like that. We are hopeful that there are some opportunities for improved efficiency there, but we also recognize that the three different entities are looking at different constituents at different locations within the groundwater strata. And so the programs are very much different, but that's not to say that there is an opportunity to sort of leverage each other and try to improve efficiencies. The second piece of it is, some suggestions, well, can we hire, consultants or contractors to perform this work? And because, certainly some in the private industry, maybe they're looking for food safety, assurances or whatnot, and maybe they've hired consultants to do that. The issue that we have here is the importance of being able to present unimpeachable data. So quality assurance, quality control is paramount. It's not only important because this data then feeds into the decision-making process about what management actions are going to be that the SVB will consider, but it's also important that DWR and the state boards see that data presentation and the resultant decisions as being credible. And that all translates into our ability to maintain local control, which of course remains, of great importance. And so let's see here. We touched on how the regulatory fee will be billed. One question, the regulatory fee applying to what some folks refer to as standby wells. And we're looking to make a distinction here. If the well is inoperable, but they want to maintain the hole because they might want to bring it back into production one day, and they can demonstrate there isn't an ability to operate that for production, then we could waive the fees with the exception of the annual registration because we need to maintain information about the well's presence. But of course, if it has the ability to operate, it's got some sort of power unit on it. It's got a PG&E meter, a diesel motor, whatever, and it does have the opportunity to produce. Then it would be subject to the fee. And then lastly, I'll touch on just this question of how does the agency enforce compliance? There are a number of mechanisms. Section 11 in Ordinance 5426 provides mechanisms in it for violations and noncompliance in a series of steps. If infractions occur, the Agency Act is another vehicle to help the agency enforce these ordinances, and we would, to the extent allowed by law, pursue other remedies as well. And so compliance will certainly be an issue going forward, but one that we have tools to address. So yeah, the next step for this is intended to be the May 28th board consideration when it adopts the fiscal year 25-26 fees. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ara. I'm tired of going to Glenn first, so I'm going to go first this time. I'm going to throw a few at you here. So one, you've heard me talk about the importance of the equity program to me, and so I'm hoping that by the time this comes back in a month, we have something nailed down there. I understand that there's concerns around tax structure about what can or can't be done, but to me that is critical. What is the total in terms of what will be generated from this program?
Yeah, right now the total cost of the program is estimated a bit north of $800,000 per year.
$800,000 per year. So I think it's really important that we get this out via our media channels through our PIO as soon as possible. This is not something we want to surprise folks with, and I want to make sure that they have a month to digest this proposal. I know that we're here in public now, but I acknowledge the room is shallower than it's been all day, and I know that we're not as popular as we used to be via the social media channels when we're live. So I want to make sure this is something that nobody gets surprised with. Let's get it out there. I know I've already taken a lot of heat in my community as I've announced this at community meetings. And so I want to make sure that nobody feels surprised a month from now when it comes back. I want to make sure that they have all the information in front of them as we make these decisions. Looking at the structure of this, the de minimis piece, I think, is a critical piece as well around that equity picture. And so I know I shared this before in our committee meeting, but another piece that would be important to me that wasn't touched on today is how we report out on this, right? And I don't want to create additional cost. I know that mailings are expensive, but we are creating a registration program and we're claiming everyone has a benefit and you're benefiting, that's why you're paying. Yet if we never tell you directly what the benefit is, then I think there will always be this sense of I'm paying into a program that generated almost $1 million a year for what? Right, so I think answering that for what question from the get-go and making sure that we have some form of communication, and that is difficult because often data is hoarded and sheltered very tightly. But in this instance, we are asking the public to pay for a program, and I think they deserve a thorough and robust report-out program. And so as we look at the equity picture too, I think about our senior citizens who are on private wells, who I think would fall under the de minimis and income thresholds we may set in a program like that. But again, those are important to me as we make the decision a month from now. So those are my opening comments. I want to go Supervisor Askew, Church. All right, Supervisor Church.
Sure, I was feeling neglected there a little bit.
Now you know how we all feel.
I appreciate your emphasis on maintaining local control. I think that, this is something that's just the previous item before is a serious problem. So it's important we maintain that. So still wrap my head around some of this whole thing and the numbers and what we're all looking at here. So 3,500 wells is what we're anticipating will be part of the entire program. That includes private wells, water systems, ag wells, correct? Do we have a breakdown on what their estimates are of each of those? And how did we come to the number of 3,500?
I defer to Amy on the breakdown, and how we came to that number was cross-checking agency data with Department of Health data with DWR data. And so that's the best information that we have at this point. We do anticipate that that number will change and likely increase, especially as we move into the new areas. Amy, do you have the breakdown?
I do. It varies quite a bit by geographic area, so I don't have it available right now for kind of overall numbers. But
that's fine. If you don't have available, maybe you could just send it to me. My office had also requested a map of the North Monterey County area and where those wells were located, just so I could kind of piece it in. As I look at the general map right now, to me it just seems like, and I could be wrong, but it just looks like a skimpy amount of wells in terms of what I would anticipate to be out there. And I guess, so with all these that are going to be on the system, we're going to require a meter to be on them, aren't we?
So the manual provides for multiple methods of measuring extraction. And so you can use your PG&E power meter and convert, the kilowatts you're using to the acre feet. You can use a water meter directly. And so, but the manual provides for alternative methods of measuring.
Okay. So people won't necessarily have to put a meter in
to
their well, which would be a potential problem. And I guess I'm trying to get a better grasp, a little more granular on how the extraction reporting is going to work on those 2,100 wells. That's where we're going to use the meters or the either meter, electric or water. And there's all 3,500 going to be for groundwater monitoring. But we're not going to go to all of them.
Yeah, correct. So, there are 3,500 wells that are affected by the groundwater level monitoring aspect of the program, and you don't want us going to all of them. And we don't need to go to all of them. Currently, we go to 540-ish, and and that is a strong representative sample. And so with respect to the difference between extraction reporting and groundwater level, all wells are affected by groundwater level, but for reporting, if you're a de minimis user, you don't have that reporting requirement. And so when you see the difference between those two numbers, it's what we're estimating to be the number of de minimis wells.
Okay, so I guess and I'm kind of going back here to Supervisor Lopez, how many people are going to be paying for this. They're going to wonder what benefit they're going to get. And if they're paying into a system and they're not being for groundwater monitoring, and yet their groundwater isn't being monitored because it's not part of the representative sample, I kind of wonder what our response is to this.
Sure. Well, the benefit is the management of the subbasin, right? It's not the monitoring program itself. The monitoring program is an ends to that management, or is a means to that management end. And so one of the factors that needs to be managed on a subbasin basis is groundwater level. You can't achieve that subbasin objective without the monitoring data. And so the monitoring data itself is a tool to achieve the benefit of sustaining water levels at a point where people continue to access that groundwater.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's going to be sometimes difficult to explain this across to a lot of people who are getting a bill and realizing nobody's coming out to monitor what we're saying we are. I think there's some explanation will need to be done there. And finally, my last question there, and it deals with what Supervisor Lopez brought up in terms of getting the public knowledge out on this. I put a fair amount out as well into the social media, and I know Supervisor Lopez stated he did. I'm not sure as an agency we're doing enough on getting it out there. We had on April 3rd, I think it was, a stakeholder meeting, but when I look at this, I see 3,500 well owners who are stakeholders, and I don't think that was really where we went to on that. And so I remember in earlier conversations we had, there was going to be that meeting, and I thought there was going to be perhaps maybe something a little more aggressive on going out to the public to let them know on how it was going to come about on this. And I'm not sure if there's a lot of questions to be answered. The PIO office can put things out, our individual offices can, but it's still going to be a surprise, and a lot of people will feel they didn't have an input into this or know what was coming. So I'm not. I guess as I look at it and where we've gone at here, I feel we could have done a better job on getting this information out.
Yeah, I appreciate that. We have been working with the PIO's office. We did do a 20-minute segment on the Wednesday county briefing piece. And we are working to break that out as an individual standalone to make it easier to find on the YouTube channel with the PIO. The PIO has also been participating in work with the Salinas Valley Basin GSA. They have a communications consultant on board. And so we have engaged the PIO in those conversations. Their work has been also focused on updating both on the agency's website and on the Salinas Valley Basin GSA's websites. We have frequently asked questions, which we've been updating. And we are also working now in the preparation of more targeted videos, getting to this question of what are the benefits and recognizing that while the ag community that has been following this pretty closely over the last, year plus, is a big piece of all of this, and their awareness through their organized associations and whatnot is pretty high. There are lots of people that haven't been tracking this, that they need to hear it in a different way. We need to reach out to them in a different way, and we are aware of that, and we are trying to develop those communication methods. And so we're working on a script for that piece now and looking to get that prepared and out here soon. The reporting period is October through September. That's the water year. And so we anticipate, folks will be getting notices and whatnot and information along the way, but that'll be, the time we have to work in before they get a bill. And so we are trying to make as much out of that time as we can. But that's some of the work in the works.
And again, my concern there is I just don't think the public's going to understand the need for this, how it fits into local control and what the state's demanding from us. And just to have that window in there where they're going to get a bill, there's a powerless feeling that, wow, this has already been made a decision. I didn't have any input into it. But, that's just where I'm looking at a concern.
Yeah, understood.
Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, great questions and definitely outreach and communication. It sounds like there's definitely a need for more of that. I just had one question in regards to the fee, which is not a tax, but a fee, and how we go about collecting that. And is this a voluntary fee or is this a compulsory fee? And if it is a compulsory fee, what tools or what mechanism does the county have to have that be a compulsory fee? What is our authority for collection?
Yeah, so it is a compulsory fee. It would be like any other regulatory fee as a participant in a regulatory program. You know, that's your obligation to pay your fair share of the costs. The enforcement piece is laid out in a variety of different ways, but from the Agency Act into the ordinance itself. The ordinance talks about, you know, violations and the penalties that can follow with that and the actions that the agency can take to try and compel compliance.
Okay, so I guess we do education we need to definitely engage in some level of education to bring everyone up to speed, help everyone understand why we're doing this. And then I guess at some point in the future, the question would be, are there costs that would be associated with enforcement to help everyone ensure that we're participating in this process? Maybe that's a conversation for a future time.
Yeah, I would suspect, yes, I would suspect more so in the beginning. But as we've experienced in you know, similar programs in the past, compliance tends to shake itself out. Yeah.
All right, let's open this up for public comment, see if we have any folks here that want to share insights with us. We invite folks in the room first to come forward to the dais, and if not, we'll go to Zoom, where we ask folks to use the raise hand function, *9 via landline, in order to be recognized. I see no one coming forward in the room, so we'll go to Zoom. Who's my first? Michelle, we'll go ahead and give you the floor first. You have 2 minutes. Michelle?
Presentation. I want you guys to remember when you guys can't get granted funding and then decide just to put it on property owners that have wells. We do have to pay for those connections. Those are also yearly fees that we pay just for just for being able to use the water. You know, that could be $300 to $400. That's per person. Because there's many of us that are on multiple shared wells, so we each pay that, and then now we'll have this other $200 or $300 possibly on there just to see where the seawater is. When I've got agriculture on the other side sucking up water like crazy, I've got agriculture to the left side of me, and yet here's just another tax that you're going to have. And again, do you guys want us to be in poverty? Because fire insurance is through the roof. Property taxes are through the roof, going up 2% each year. And as you see, we're getting contamination from farms and Vistra and the power plants and everything, and we're getting nothing for it other than, thank goodness you guys didn't put a per acre thing on it, because it'd be another way to slap us in the face for having you guys monitor the seawater. Aren't you guys doing that when a well permit goes in? You know, isn't there just some stuff the county does for its residents without gouging us with more taxes? My God, people only make so much on Social Security. Do you just want everybody to not be able to afford water and groceries and power and everything else? So I just would like you guys to think, when you go like, well, we can't find grants to fund this, so let's put it on the backs of our residents. Maybe think twice about it. And also, what happens with shared wells? So now, are we going to get a fine because the person that has the well didn't pay a fee? So think about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Next. No one else. All right. One more call, folks in the room. All right. Then we'll bring it back to the dais. I think we're going to hear a lot of opinions like Michelle's, you know, just to be frank. And so I'll share my personal piece. I've got 2 wells on my property. One's over 100 years old that nobody knew existed until I went in and needed a new well. And then it cost me over $100,000 because of the rock formations under my property to drill a new well. And I did not put a flow meter on it when I first installed it. So I'm thinking, all right, now I'm gonna have to pay somebody probably $3,000 to come out and cut the pipe and put in a flow meter and get it tested and get it certified. And I'm still paying that extra loan to put in that well. It's gonna be a significant impact, right, all the way around. And so again, I get it. I think it's part of our shared agreement that we live in this place together. We share this ground, and this is not going to be easy. And that's why I think we need to have as robust a discussion as we can in the next month. And to that end, I want to go to Nick Pasculi, who if he doesn't, he should have his hand up. I understand. So we'll go to you, Mr. Pasculi, for any insights you have on helping us get this information further spread to make sure we get as much engagement ahead of our decision. Mr. Pasculi? All right, I think we've been clear about the desire to get additional information, so we'll leave it there at this point. Any additional thoughts or things we want to make sure to cross in the next month before we bring this back?
I was hoping that Pasculi would be able to cover, he is planning educational information with RS team, so we will expect that rollout to occur, and then as questions come up, that information will be available.
Perfect, thank you. And again, if we can clip out any videos, like you said, share those with board offices so we can disseminate those via social media to get that information out. That's greatly appreciated. So at this time, I think we've concluded this item, so I'm going to turn to the board. No final thoughts. We'll consider this item received and close it. And with that, we're going to recess and reconvene the Board of Supervisors agenda. Thank you very much, Ara and Kelly, for the backup. And with that, we're going to jump into a roll call, letting you know that as present, we have 3 supervisors, myself, Supervisor Church, and Supervisor Askew. And we have left on our agenda today our referral matrix and new referrals. So I'm going to go to the CAO for those.
We do have 2 referrals that are new, and they're both from Supervisor Askew. They've both been attached to our agendas, and there's a link to both of these. The first is encouraging broad, diverse applicant pools and transparency outreach, which is numbered 2025.03. I'll try to open it as well to make sure it's accessible. The second one is 2025-04 for Monterey County Regional Fire District Board of Directors vacancies. This is an update to an earlier request, but it is coming in as a new item to make sure that there's clarity that we had additional follow-ups that needed to be done, and we wanted to make sure that there was additional information shared to include more comprehensive noticing to the board, and also that the board is engaging in meaningful recruitment of interested eligible persons from throughout the service area, and review, adoption, and implementation of overall policy regarding appointments to special districts. So we will be working with our team and county council on this request. It has been appointed to Nick Chulo, Susan Blitch, and also our board clerk. The first one, 2025-04, just give me a moment. I'm sorry, 03, related to the diverse applicants. This is to direct the county administrative officer and again the board clerk to ensure the Board of Supervisors in compliance with the MATI Act and increase the transparency and outreach and encourage broad and diverse applicant pools for county board, committees, commissions, and special districts. And we've already started discussions about this very issue. So it's been appointed to both myself, the county administrative office, and also the clerk of the board.
All right, Supervisor Askew, any insight on those before we move forward?
Just that we tried to be very explicit about what we were asking for in the write-up, so hopefully it's clear and easily implementable. And if there are any questions, we look forward to working with our county team so that it isn't adding additional work, but just making improvements upon existing work process and flow so that we can achieve stated outcomes. Thank you.
All right, public comment on those? Seeing nobody in room? No hands up via Zoom? I will close public comment on those and come back for our CAO comments.
Just very brief comments today. We are working on the 2025-26 budget preparation. The recommended budget will be printed by early May. So that just brings us to approximately 8 days out, probably sooner, just depending on printing timelines. Once the draft is issued, we will alert the community through our public information officer. But I do want to take the time to thank all of our departments and the staff for putting together these very comprehensive narratives. I've been reviewing them along with our team and asking additional questions. And part of it is to make sure that as folks pick up the budget book or review it online, that there's more clarity in terms of some of the background to some of the programs that we provide and the dollars that we receive, many of which are already assigned to very specific purposes, and then providing additional clarity on some of the dollars that we do have discretion about. So again, it'll be coming in the near future, and our hope is to provide additional information to communities about our budget and our budget process. Thank you.
All right. With that, we've got board comments. Supervisor Church, let's stick with the trend.
Sure, there we go. Let's see. I just wanted to mention I was out at Rancho Cielo on Friday night for their dinner. It's great food. It's also really great to see a program that's helping young people in the restaurant industry and servers and cooking, and I would recommend it for anybody who wants to try. It does have a fairly long waiting list, but as I say, the food was excellent, the service was great, and it's also just nice to contribute to some educational steps there. I also went to the electric vehicle show at the Salinas train station on Saturday. Wasn't that big of a turnout, but it was a chance to meet with a number of vendors there. This Saturday at 9 a.m., the Moss Landing Marine Labs has an open house, which I believe they do annually. It's a chance to see the facility, talk to some marine scientists. It's always a popular event out in North County. Sunday is Earth Day celebration, and at Aromas Park between 9 and 12 in the morning, there's some booths of environmental information and a scavenger hunt. You can also join into the pancake breakfast at the Aromas Grange at that time. And Sunday is also Day of the Child Family Festival at North Monterey County Middle School in Castroville between 1 and 4. And finally, next Wednesday, out at Creek Bridge, for my North Salinas town hall we're having out there at Everett Alvarez High School library, 5:30 to 7. We'll be there with Council Member Salazar, Mayor Donahue, and that's it.
Great, thank you. It's been super busy in the county this last couple of weeks. I want to give just a tremendous shout out of appreciation to the county team and all of our city partners who participated in the Lead Me Home Summit to end homelessness, hosted here in Salinas. I think that must have been last week. There was a sold out house. The speakers were phenomenal. I believe the whole event was broadcast live on YouTube, so if you get a chance to just tune in to any one of the speakers, Alex Vistaki was just incredible. The messages of hope and success of work that's being done to end homelessness and to bring people into housing, just enough to keep us going and fill my heart. So thank you to everyone who took the time out to be at the Lead Me Home Summit and to commit to continuing to do that work. I also had the opportunity to attend CSUMB. They unveiled a statue of the Otters for Life statue outside of the Otter Student Union. There's a new tradition of you got to touch the otter's nose for luck and hold the right paw to find your connection and community when you're on campus. So go take your picture with the otters and be a part of something. There's something going on over there, so I come join the party. We also at CSUMB this past weekend were able to attend the CSUMB Undocu Success Conference. A lot of opportunities to learn how to support our undocumented students in this community and in this county. And I'm really proud of CSUMB for hosting these events to uplift our community and provide resources and to really just celebrate the achievements of these students. We also were able to host, it must have been at least 1,000 people that came through our Military and Veterans Affairs offices on Friday for what was effectively the first stand down that we've had since COVID, held at our new Military and Veterans Affairs offices on the former Fort Ord, in our new Military and Veterans Affairs offices that are also next door to our offices. So it was great to be able to bring services and Veterans Affairs eligibility services, hearing tests. It was just amazing. We had food, we had veterinarians available for all the puppies that were there with their service members and veterans, and just the number of people who flowed in and out of the building all day long, getting support, meeting friends, and walking away with additional resources that they didn't walk into the building with. Just the team that we have at MVAO is the most incredible group, and they're doing incredible work. So thank you to everyone who made that possible. Also want to just, again, acknowledge our county parks team. Easter is one of the most busy days in our county parks, and they really rose up to make sure that for all of our visitors to county parks, that it was an incredible day for everyone. And then finally, congratulations to all of our workers at the aquarium. Monterey Bay Aquarium workers voted on earning their first union contract. So that's a really big deal for Cannery Row to have a union contract at the aquarium. And I want to just celebrate with our aquarium workers and look forward to being out at the aquarium as a union facility here soon. So thank you all for the chance to share some big celebrations. And I'm headed out to Sacramento this week for the CSAC conference, which I think Chris is out and Luis is already on his way. So I'll see you all there.
Thank you, Supervisor. So I'll join that and just say looking forward to that CSAC conference. I've got a series of meetings with legislators lined up as well, so looking forward to that work this week. And then I will share that this Friday will be the Monterey County Labor Council dinner and also the Business Council Gala, same time. So trying to hit both of those this Friday. And then Saturday will be Dia del Niño in Soledad at the community center. So I'll be there with my kids. Come out and join us. The time on that, I believe, is 4 to 5:30. Sunday is Dia del Niño in Gonzales, and that will be from, it looks like 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock. So invite the community out to join us in Gonzales at the park there in Central Park. And then on Sunday morning, I will also be up here in Salinas for the One Main Street for the del Empresario, which is helping people start their small businesses. So if you've got interest in learning more about opportunities and assistance in starting your small business, it's El Pajadero CDC who will be hosting that here in Salinas again at One Main Street, which is the old Steinbeck Center, CSUMB, whichever label you want to put on it. Great building downtown. I also want to share that last Friday I had the opportunity to host in the community of Chular the unveiling of a beautiful mural by Hanif Pani, a resident of District 4, who came out and pulled off an incredible mural dedicated to the 32 braceros who lost their lives in Chulard when a train hit a makeshift bus in 1963. And so that mural is now there as a marker of sorts in a place that braceros have already come to. Their children have stopped. I've been tagged in photos where they've come to spend time remembering their loved ones at that mural. If you're there in Chular, it is on Chular Liquor. I want to thank Wally, the owner there, who made that wall available to us in partnership with the Arts Council and Supervisor Alejo. Last Friday, we had a ceremony. I personally anticipated somewhere between 75 and 100 people. My guess is we had about 400 people out. It was a beautiful reception with a huge turnout. So I want to thank everybody who made that possible, including the lowriders, the sheriff's office, the health department, the resource tables from so many different agencies that showed up that day. It was just a fun street fair atmosphere. And speaking of fairs, I just want to share that coming up very soon is going to be the Monterey, the Salinas Valley Fair. And so with that, we know that it's a really important thing that happens in South County, but it also impacts services. A lot of folks hit the road on that day, so please be careful, but that will be May 15th through the 18th will be the Salinas Valley Fair, and obviously the 17th is the Junior Livestock Auction, which is one of the biggest in the state and is one of the most lucrative for our youth. And so look forward to spending the day with them as I will be in the ring that morning as is tradition. So with that, I'll turn to council to see if there's anything to read out of closed session.
There's no reportable action.
All right, and with that, we've concluded our business and we are adjourned. Thank you.